we keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4J, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 4 of the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And here we are. And joining along with me is going to be Trooper. And we did witness some amazing matches yesterday. Of course, Team QWERTY getting the chicken dinner. We did have the boys from TES also sealing it around, and I8 also grabbing one for themselves. So, but Trooper, Today we've got 2 matches of ANC, then we've got B and D going up against each other. So what are you expecting?
Well, by the end of the day, every team would have played 12 matches. So we are going to cross the group stages by halfway. So that is going to be the perfect measure for us to see where all these 32 teams standing. But looking at the tournament right now here in front of us, the group stages, the 32 teams are participating, but only 24 teams would go towards the semi-finals, and that is what we are filtering over here.
Absolutely, just 24 teams qualifying, then from there onwards 16, and everybody's just fighting it out for the bragging rights and also the lion's share prize pool of $30,000, out of which the first position gets 10,000.
Well, yeah, that is a massive chunk out of the 30,000, yes. But as you go down the hashtags, 5,000 for the second, the third place gets 3,500. But looking at the points system, how are they going to get those positioning points? That is here in front of us. First place gets 15 points, and that's a pretty standard point system that has been applied for a very long time now. But look at that, the important thing, kill points there, 1 kill per point.
Yeah, I mean, that always has been the segregating factor. But as we take a look at the schedule, we've got 2 Sanhoks lined up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel and Sanhok. The first one will be played between teams from groups A and C, and the remainder of the matches will be, of course, between B and D. And we have seen, Team QWERTY having really a sizable amount of lead. But as we take a look at the rosters, so Team Sky, they've been doing fairly decent, I must say. And I8 Esports, I mean, they played really well yesterday, got 1 chicken. The second one sort of kind of lost it out on that. But eventually they are looking to recover. But one team definitely needs to step up. That's going to be Freestyle.
Honestly, they really need to step up their game, and yep, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it patiently. Let's see when they start it off. But this official, as you mentioned, with that chicken dinner, they're already looking good. Knockout also got a decent fight yesterday. So all these teams have got some good confidence behind them now. But look at that. Team Bablu, what are your expectations for the day? We have just got 1 Miramar, and I don't think they're going to play that.
I mean, yeah, but announcement for you guys. We'll definitely get to that. But let's take a look at the overall rankings that we have in front of us. So we've got Max Esports and North Esports coming back today in the third games, and they will be playing from there onwards. So yeah, they do also have a fair chance to sort of just try and equalize their points against the likes of I8 or maybe QWERTY. But QWERTY, looking at them, the kind of lead that they've maintained for themselves, that's abysmal.
And they still have got two matches, right? So let's see
Yeah.
what they're going to get in that. And on the second page, we have freestyle on the hashtag 9 position. We have Tyro 110 completing the top 16. So a pretty decent. All the teams are playing a pretty decent games out there. But Mavericks still clutching on to that 24th position fixes. What do you think? They've got four matches today to play. By the end of the day, I'm absolutely excited how this overall ranking is going to look like.
More than Mavericks, I'm really worried about Team Envy. The way they came in inside this tournament, really thought, getting the first chicken dinner, that is definitely one of those teams to look out for. Apso was playing out of his mind, but slowly but surely, they sort of have taken a ride downhill. They've been falling in terms of their rankings. They haven't really been getting those numbers, those skills, those position points. But there is one more announcement which we have to regretfully say that. Well, Team Raindrops have been disqualified from this tournament for using unfair methods. And yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the ban since forever, right? And we've been talking about maintaining that fair play attitude amongst all these players. So if you're coming into a tournament of such level, and if you are trying to pull off any sort of unfair means, then you are gonna face that ban, and you're done.
I wouldn't say much about that, but you're playing for to be the best team from your nation, right? There's a bit of a pride involved in it, and if you're cheating in such a tournament, it's not a good thing to do. That's only what I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part, right?
Yeah.
Because there are so many teams from Pakistan that are diligently grinding day in and day out, just to prove their mettle, not just in their region but also around the globe as well. And there have been teams that have represented the colors over here. So we've been talking about Team Kuwaiti, we've been talking about Team I8. They've been, there since the very start. They've been grinding it out. They've been giving their best, so it sort of feels unfair for teams like that. If you sort of tend to use these kind of means and modes to just get that unfair advantage. But as we head into Erangel, of course, I've got to give a shout out to our network partners. That's going to be Zong 4G. The only thing that you don't want when you're playing PUBG Mobile or any online game is a slow network or a network that lags. So switch your network to Zong 4G and play PUBG Mobile for the best gaming experience.
And we have the plane path in front of us from the containers of Novo Ripnoy, just ending towards the beaches of Severny City out there. So it's a pretty easternish plane path over here. Teams are going to face certain amount of problem going towards Georgia Pool, but honestly, fixers, we have not really seen a lot of action coming in from that part of the map in Erangel. I really, really hope that this match goes towards those spaces, towards Georgia Pool, that Big Boy Mountain comes into equation, because that's a very important part of the map, I feel. And seriously, we have not seen a lot of fight coming from that part of the map already.
Yeah. I mean, of course, Georgia Paul, it's been ages since we sort of had a, container circle or maybe something happening around the hospital. I think I've never casted a hospital circle, but let's see. Anything is possible. I'm also anticipating a Western circle, looking at the trajectory as we do see the players of I8 taking a drop, and it's a split this time, just looting off both the military base and Novoripnoi. And like we predicted, I mean, a
Oh.
Western Circle coming in, and Gatka sort of being the epicenter, it is definitely going to crowd it quite often.
And I just really hope that there's a northern shift in the second zone, so that
Me too.
the Georgia Pool and Hospital are always there in the equation. But we've already got teams that are into some sort of a situation, trying to get away with the vehicle. Is there freestyle? Two more enemy teams quite close to each other, and they're going to get some players falling out from the skies as well. Freestyle, they are regrouping pretty quickly. They've got the US now. They are heading towards the drop location for some early loot.
Yeah, they certainly. I mean, freestyle, they haven't really been feeling themselves lately. The way they had sort of started off, and if if you talk about their performance today, I mean, they've been kind of disappointing, right? Because this is a big squad, right? They have also gotten some good experiences in the global lobbies as well. So, considering the same team, you would be expecting bigger things from them, which they are yet to deliver. I mean, the first day when they came in, they were really, really consistent. But after that, they have sort of not been in the thick and thins of things, and today might just be a day where they start recovering.
At least they're back, back to four people, right? All the 15 teams have got all the four players, so they know the importance of this day actually. Because by the end of the day, you would have all played 12 matches, and then you know the exact picture, the exact story. Where are you standing? And teams that would be that would be beyond the hashtag 24th spot, or even beyond the 20th position, are going to be in a bit of a situation, and they really need to figure out how to get back into that at least top 16 teams, so that they feel a little relaxed. Because this is not just about qualifying for the semifinals, this is also about sizing your opponents and other teams. What are they doing? How are they changing the dynamics when they enter the lobby? And you really got to learn from them and involve your game as well. Otherwise, if they work upon you, they are certainly going to get better results.
They certainly are. But right now, if we take a look at how the circle has panned out and how the teams are positioned, so Team Quetti is going to have a tough time. But take a look at Team Tyro. They've dropped off as far as Kameshki. So they also need to make their rotations in. So the eastern side is going to be completely, hustling and bustling in just no time. And Puchingi, as usual, has been left isolated. No one really cares about it anymore. But freestyle, I like what they're doing. Just heading in to taking those central areas, looting those compounds, sort of helps their cause.
Oh,
Once the circle starts shifting. But well, I mean, NFP's guys, well, they've gone in for a ride on a cruise,
yeah. That's a
enjoying the cool breeze. Yeah.
Yeah, but a pretty early rotation, so not a lot of problems in this sort of a circle for them. Going towards Primos from that military island, I really like that idea. If you're doing that pretty early, that is not a problem. But uh, considering the plane path, it was a safer option, because it was a slightly eastern and northern side plane path that we witnessed here, and and a rotation with both towards Primos can be a safer option this early inside the first 5 to 10 minutes maybe. But later on, board is something, I would really suggest you not to go for inside the game of Erangel, or and especially not in the map of Sanhok, because we have witnessed a lot of rotations going bad over there.
Yeah, we certainly have. I mean, uh, things tend to get really, really gruesome, especially in the map of Sanhok. But taking a look at the Billy Boys, we'll gotta see as to how they perform. They have been really flashy, I must say. They've been really getting those chicken dinners. They've been close, but let's see, dropping off at Rozok, what can they do?
Yep, it's a very important drop location. Always, I feel Rozok. It's one of the most important cities if you consider the entire map of Erangel, because because of the position. It has its dedicated garage and some of the spawn points for vehicles as well. So you are always going to get a good amount of loot for an entire squad, and then you have the vehicles as well. So if you know how to play from Rozok, that's a really good advantage for your team.
Yeah, I mean, Rozok is a good spot, but right now it is certainly isn't in the circle. I mean, if you take like if you go back 6 months prior, that is where we did see a lot of circles happening
Yeah,
around Rozok. So many hybrid circles that we got to witness. So much clashes around those bridges. Just teams that are staying under those
true.
bridges, team trying to fight it out. And let's see today, in fact, considering how the circle has really shifted, we kind of expecting a sort of an even shift in the second one. But after that, I think after the third or maybe the fourth, that's where we see that hard shift, right? So that is what I'm really worried about. But the way it has formed, I would not really be surprised if it sort of goes towards those swamps, because you've got Team Eliminate over on that position. And maybe a shoreline circle is also something that we can speculate.
Yesterday also we watched a Erangel game that had a similar kind of first circle, right? It ended towards Water City, if I remember correctly. That was a really nice game as well. So let's hope this time, if we go towards that swamp area, that is going to be something sort of a different, and that is going to test the IGLs as well, because there's a lot of traffic that is actually coming in from the eastern edge of the zone. So if the circle really goes towards the swamp, they got to travel a bit more, and we have seen Team Kuwait do that, right? They've played it beautifully when the circle is moving away from them, and this is not a regular scenario, to be honest. When the circle moves away from you, it's always problems and uh, a lot of challenges that you face. But Team Cody somehow have all the answers, and I would really like to see how they're going to play start of this day today, because yesterday for the first three matches it was just their show.
Yeah, it indeed was. And they did get the first hat trick, though. But good news for Team IA. They have successfully managed to cross over the bridge without any gunfights, without taking any casualties at all. So they're going to be happy about that particular fact. Now they're going to make their rotation inside. So I got to see as to how they're exactly going to do that, because they've got Des right beside them. Now, if they go in for the center, which they love to play, they might just be in a little bit of trouble. That is exactly what happened with them yesterday, also in Erangel, if you remember. They were
Yeah.
sandwiched. So many teams were just around them; they could not do much. So they need to be very vigilant with their approach. But QWERTY does have a different kind of a play style. They like playing from the edges. So let's see how QWERTY even performs.
We'll certainly do that. But Fixes, what about this new window glass sheets? What are your thoughts about them?
I mean, it's good. I mean, sort of gives you that PC vibe, because that is where we had it, and teams tend to break it off. But then again, you know, hasn't really made the whole world of difference. So let's say someone's just pushing on towards you, that's where you would need it. But Hasnat with some beautiful, beautiful sprays, just taking down one of those players of Star, as his teammate would want to be, trying to just get that res back onto him, as he's just pinned down to that one tree. They need to get inside the zone. It's going to be such a difficult
Ooh.
task, and Slay getting another angle, and Jin God goes down, and Team Star, they're having nightmares right from the get-go.
Honestly, and that smoke is about to fizzle out pretty soon. That's going to pose a lot of problems. I seriously hope that they have equip amount of loons at this point. And random four, I think they are missing out the trick here with multiple players taking the fight from the compound right now. I think if they could have gone for a flank angle, they could have got some better results out of this.
But right, after a long time, we do get to see the PSS in action. Team Pubg, they've managed to secure a knock, and in the end, I mean, the players of Star somehow, MK has been given the res, but Hassan trying to just apply that extra bit of damage with the players of Random Four, the one who sort of is on with that Visit Tower. It's going to be really interesting as to how they deal with that. But in the meanwhile, Johnny gets his hands dirty as he does take down Hasni in the process.
Well, they're still inside the compound. Let's see how we're going to deal with this situation, because now that landscape is going to be difficult for them to control. Once they could not capitalize on that knock, they could not complete the play. But we have multiple fights that are erupting over here. I get also falling into one action. DS official right in front of them, but another knock coming in with that Hasnat M4164X out there. So they're getting some knocks out there, but they really need to convert them into point. And for that, I still feel they will have to step out of that compound that they are holding right now.
They certainly have to, but we do have some action right in front of us, as Myth is just trying to hammer down all those bullets into the hearts of the players of I8, who were apparently trying to cover, multiple locations so that they can just engulf the players of Test like an amoeba. I love what I8 are doing with their approach. Every player scattered from different angles. They're trying to push in. Khan has again fallen down, and then this gives the cue to Trinda to try and just close in the gap. But Hasni spotting out Trinda, but Trinda somehow still survives, just spraying down. And does he get the knock though? Yes, he does. As Uzim from the backlines, he's also sort of starting to spray off. As Myth is still alive, does have his AK, but can he take down Crypto? That's a big question.
Yes, he can take out Crypto, and Crypto pushed in there alone, so he's going to be punished for it. That is going to be 1 point for the US official. He's trying really hard to get in there, but oh, look at
What?
that! Look at that! But Crypto is going to beat out, but UZM falls down there and is knocked. But what a massacre has been made there against the US official. That is an amazing way to take a fight over there by I8.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Crypto gotta feel bad for him, man. The way Uzim just charged in, I think he was like the knight in the shining armor, right? So eventually he just comes down and slips off. Does not kind of sort of forgets to put those brakes on, and then instantly just falls down to his feet, and there you go. This is the shift that we've been talking about. So it's not a swampy circle, it's not something happening around Georgia Paul, but again towards Gatka, in fact the southern area, southwest inside of Pachiki, that open field. So again, teams have to get their vehicles, they need to have it to create covers, or else they're done.
Yep, and no major city being a part of this next circle, so we are going to see a lot of action coming out in the open. But for now, that canal area is there inside the zone where we can see the lads of Billy Boys holding up right now. So that is going to be one thing. How are they going to allow that rotation to happen? But a lot of traffic is converging in towards the western half of this existing circle. So we are going to witness some fights inside rotation. Let's see if a team picks up a compound, either of these compounds, and finds another team nearby. That is going to be an interesting scenario under this kind of circumstances.
It certainly will be. Now, Tyro, they've made their rotation in. They've got Team Bablu right in front of them as Zain. He did want to take a few shots, but then decided against it as his teammate. He's got some unfriendly neighbors knocking at his door. We've got to see as to how he deals with them. But right now, as things are, you've got Team Eliminate in those Katka compounds. They've got a squad right in front of them, but nobody wants to engage full on because, of course, they haven't gotten those two knocks. But Team Bablu in a very precarious position. They've got just that smoke cover for themselves, but 420 just spots out Team Wolf, will be spraying him down. Does he get the knock though? Hasn't really succeeded as of now, but one or two grenades might just do the job.
I think the fact that he does not have any teammate around him is playing in the back of his mind. He's not committing himself completely because he knows if he goes down and is in this position, it's going to put a lot of pressure on one of his teammates to revive him, and that is why he is not committing himself. Otherwise that was a clear knock for him if he had continued the spray over there. But certainly not the thing. We have once again the circle closing now. Team Bablu right in the middle of it, and we have QWERTY also holding a important compound. So these two teams are looking good already inside this circle, but we have multiple teams that are trying to make their way inside. Look at where Freestyle are right now, just towards the southern part where ELM Esports is holding up, and that rotation coming in from Quantum Ray just outside the city of, just from the city of Pochinki as well. So the overall scenario right now is the third circle is completely occupied, and the fourth circle, wherever it is going to shift, is going to shape who are going to hold up the important points. I believe if QWERTY's compound is going to be inside the fourth zone, they will really have an upper hand in the coming circles.
See, one thing for sure, the place where Team Bablu, the remainder of the players are, and where Quantum Rages, that's a good position. But there you have it, right? The circle shift coming in again towards the western side. Few of those areas of that canal is
Yeah.
still in contention. We've got Test, we've got Freestyle, we've got Eliminate over there. But Team Tyro having one of the good spots. Now, this is where, I8 make their entry in. They were waiting for that another shift, and this is where they would try and go for the center and then
Interesting
just
thing.
hold on to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fixes. What do you think? QWERTY should rotate at this point, or should they wait for the next circle to shape? Because clearly, this shift of the zone has clearly not favored their compound right now. Meanwhile, we see
Yeah.
Team Bablu taking this kill against Team Tyro. What do you think? Should QWERTY rotate pretty quickly, or should
No,
they wait on?
I think that's the game plan. They like playing from the edges if they can just hold on towards the edges and let the fight commence. But the fight has happened over here as Rafe does lob a grenade onto its Draco and just takes the life out of him. But Tyrant, all right. I mean, talk about committing suicides. He's stunned there, just blowing himself up with that grenade of his own. But Upsar, he is gonna take some quick candor on towards the last player of Test, or in fact, one of those players, if it's not the last, because Rafe has been causing so much ruckus. But Trinda, in the meanwhile, has spotted out NFP Sky's dead shot and would easily take him down. And look at the smoke just being the partition between Tess and KO knockouts.
Yeah, and honestly, I8 is giving a tough time to Team Sky out there. But look at the ES official's last guy. He's the smoke that you're referring to is the only thing saving him right now. Let's see how long he's going to hold on to that canal area where he's surviving all alone. But moving on to other teams, let's have a look what's happening towards the eastern edge. This is Team Quantum Rage trying to control things. They've got a Shaken in their control, and just trying to take some peaks and kills over those teams who are trying to survive. The problem with this kind of a circle and this area is that there are not a lot of compounds to play with. There are not a lot of key positions to play with. You really got to rely on your smokes and your vehicles and maybe some shacks if you can find. And even those shacks might just be occupied, just like on the Blade holding up on the shack here. And look at that. They have made it so terrible for the team Mythical out there.
Yeah, I mean, the entry inside the circle for Team Mythic has not really been the way they wanted, right? Just coming in and two of their players instantly just taken off, and there you have it. Break also loses out on his life as Team Mythic. Ansi is also crawling over there, but we've got Random Borg going up against NFP Sky as Hasnath and Merid push in tandem. It's against Sky Halsey in a 1v2 situation. It's any moment that they might decide to just go upstairs, but Sky Halsey, if he plays his cards right, if he takes the help of the third person perspective, then he might just be able to clutch it out. But again, it's going to be a tough clutch. But if he pulls this one off, that might just be the play.
And DS official, the last guy, he was surviving their fixes. He's been now picked off. Let's see how freestyle is going to control that part of the game now. And we have the next circle upcoming. Let's. This is going to be really important. Cody is still inside that compound. They have not moved, just like you predicted, fixes. And look at the shift of the zone, right to just outside where they are holding up. This is an extremely good thing for Team Cody right now. It's just a matter of time. If they time coming out of the compound at the right time. They should not make the same mistake which Team Bablu did in Miramar, in the first Miramar, in the only Miramar yesterday. But let's see what is going to be done here by Team Kurti.
Yeah, right now, Brandon 4, they're not risking their chances, right? They're gonna try to flush him out, and indeed they have succeeded. Sky Halsey does realize that it's just a smoke to sort of, get him out from his position. For a moment, he'd actually done that, but eventually realized and quickly retreated back as Team Qwerty finally get themselves into action. You've got Khan just spraying onto it. Team Bablu, two big teams going up against each other as Pikachu's vehicle has exploded. Team Wolf being knocked out. Now this is the moment where Team Qwerty can decide to go in for the push. You've got Destroyer also closing in as well, and now three players just charging in on towards Team Bablu. Oh my goodness, anything is possible over here as they're still trying to put the fight along, but no. Look at Destroyer and Wartrucks just pushing in from two different directions, completely just shutting down Pikachu right at his tracks. He is still alive somehow though, but now has been taken eventually by Khan. The last player remaining will be 420 Khan from Team Bablu, who's managed to knock out Khan from Qwerty. So in a 1v2 situation, let's see how he performs.
But Cody has got two down now. They are doing the revives. They're regrouping. If the nade goes on point, it's going to be a problem. But he's got two revives to execute. So 420, you better get started, my friend. And you got to revive Pikachu first. Let's see when is he going to hold on to that revive. Because now the Blats of Cody are already up. You're going to be in a very bad disadvantage situation. I would really hope that this nade gives him some results. But he's still not starting to revive his teammates. And I feel like he's losing on some important, crucial seconds over here.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, right now can't really blame him considering how the circumstances are for him. And one small mistake will just lead into the demise of the whole squad. So he's got to play his cards right. He's got to play his cards carefully as Pikachu has lost out on his life. But Respect, with that beautiful grenade being lobbed over, has taken down Danny. Now Hunter and Draco remain as the push is definitely on, as Respect is on towards Absa right now, pushing on towards him, barely with a sliver of HP, gets down as well, but Respect needs to heal himself up, get himself back inside the fight. But Hunter is gonna take a few shots on towards him as Respect might just go down any single moment as he finally falls.
This is a good knockout coming in from Hunter, but Freestyle got to regroup once again. The smokes are out once again, but look at Billy Boy Hulk. He's just waiting for that opportunity right there, and he's going to pounce upon it. He's going to pounce upon Team Knockout over there. You have clearly given away your position. Now Hunter is going to get spotted, eliminated there by that M4 red dot. Billy Boy Hawk getting some important points for themselves and eliminating Team Knockout in the 11th position. Now he's moving on to the hunting party. He's trying to watch out for Team Freestyle. What do Billy Boys have in store over here?
A lot of carnage. That is all I can say. Freestyle completely just surrounded Shari, spotting out one of those players. Sunny has sort of been given that revive on, has taken cover behind that US. But Tyron in a 2-2 split against team the Billy Boys. Let's see how they play it around. And one of the players was certainly retreating, but I felt the cover fire was just not enough as Tyrant has again fallen. But Team QWERTY want to make their hands dirty as they spot out those players from far afar as Shari just pushing in, and this is what is the nightmare for Team Freestyle as Respect goes down. The last player surviving, Sunny, will just explode as the Billy Boys wipe out Freestyle.
What an amazing final kill there by Shari. That was a predictive kill, right? He heard the shot. He heard the shots coming in from that direction and shot at the window and eliminated the final player for Team Freestyle. That is an amazing gameplay, and they have just within a span of 2 minutes, they've eliminated two squads completely. First knockout, now Freestyle. They've got some important kills under their belly, but they've just got two players remaining. So they're going to play it really smartly here, Billy Boys. You haven't had a really good game in a long time, and now you've got 6 kills already with just 18 remaining, 18 players out there. You got to make sure to get some substantial, at least some double-digit placement points out of this game, and for that you got to play a silent game for at least for the next 2 and 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think the revives are definitely on, and they did manage to revive one of those players. So they are now in contention. But Voltrux, look at him, is taking so much damage, does not really have enough meds to patch himself up. Just those bandages and the boosters. But from afar, you've got Team I8 eliminating Team Bablu as they were completely out of position. They were completely in a different planet of their own as Team QWERTY finally decide on making their move. Now, this is something that I really love, and I've been talking about multiple times, right? Team QWERTY pushing in through those ages. They made sure that they do not have anyone behind them. They do know that they have to focus on just 3 different directions. And all right, so this is one of those stats that we did, witness during the EMEA's PMPL. Teams deciding to use Bucky as a weapon, just drive it around, causing chaos amongst all the other players. Someone just steps up to, knock the player in driving the Bucky, eventually gets himself knocked out by his teammate. So that is one of those tricky little strats that teams like to use. But I really like how Random 4 have made it this far.
Yeah, random four making it so far here, and we saw them coming in with a four-man squad after a long time in this game. Now one of them has survived, so you see, if you lose three players, there's always possibility that you can take the fourth one and get some important points. So that is a very important thing for random four. But we'll get back to the game. Billy Boys are playing a wonderful game out there. Look at the chicken dinner forecast. They've got 25% chances of winning this game, and I really feel they would want to capitalize on this game, because if Billy Boys do get a chicken dinner going at the start of this game, I would be really excited. Underdog team coming out, getting a chicken for themselves, they're going to certainly open up possibilities, and they're going to inspire a lot of other teams inside this lobby, and that is what we are looking for. Even Quantum Rage, if this game goes towards them, I would be fairly happy with that result as well.
Yeah, me too, 100%. As we take a look at how things have panned out. So Trinda just in a bit of a trouble and will patch himself up. No harm, kind of putting him away from the harm's way. But Johnny is trying to spot down the players of Quantum Rage. Just that one survivor over there. But how long can he do that? That's a big question as Team QWERTY is still playing from the peripheries of the circle as Khan is just kind of thrown in and try to move in inching closer towards the Billy Boys. And if Hulk spots out that movement from Wolverine, which I think he does, there might be a skirmish breaking down between them. But Wolverine indeed does manage to knock out Hulk, will instantly wipe him off as just Voltrix moving around here and there, just trying to spot out someone as we've got the last player from Random 4 going in for a healing battle.
He's living dangerously there, Voltrix, right? Everyone is snaked in and he's just running around there. With QWERTY and I8 inside the lobby, it's going to be a very tricky situation. They hold the top two positions in the overall standings right now, and they're certainly getting some good numbers out of this game as well. So it really comes down to Quantum Rage and Billy Boys. What are they going to do? And we have one other team that is also looking good right now. Let's see. Oh, Billy Boy Sherry. He's been picked off here. Just the last guy, Anonymous, now remaining, and he would get eliminated soon. Let's see how far can Anonymous can take his team here from this point onwards. And Voltrix, as I told you, is living dangerously. He's been pulled down there.
He certainly has. Now, QWERTY again controlling the zone, controlling everything. Voltrux has fallen because the revive might just be in due course of time, as I8 have also managed to revive their teammate, as Khan does need to close in on towards Voltrux, or just let him come back and have that cover where he can, put him back into inside the game. But right now, it's against those four teams in contention. We've got Quantum Rage with two of their players still alive just beside Team I8, who are keeping an eye on towards them for any sort of movement, as Voltrux, the life has been taken out of his body, as Wolfrey has fallen down as well. So now, QWERTY, it all comes down to how Khan and Voltrux will be playing. But right now, Khan just praying around wildly just to make sure that if they can find Anonymous, which I believe they would, as Weekend goes in for the spray onto which Johnny gets that knock. Team Billy Boys, however, have taken the exit. Weekend will, of course, want to secure all these frags for himself, as I8 have also been reduced to a two-man squad. Now, Team QWERTY are applying pressure from elsewhere. Now, I8 are in a sort of a dilemma if they need to kind of continue that push, because if they do that, then they are going to be falling down to the boys from Team QWERTY.
What a patient game coming in from I8, right? They've been holding on here. Look at the number of vehicles they got gathered for themselves. But now shoot at the museum, man. Weekend, what are you doing? He's just right there in front of you. Eventually he gets that knock. Are you going to go go for Trinda? No, he's going to go for the completion. This is the 1v1 that Weekend could have won, but no. Goes down to the AKM from Trinda. I8 still there. I think Khan is still remaining. Yup, Khan versus Trinda. This is #1 and #2 in action, ladies and gentlemen, from the existing overall standings here. Who do you think Pixis is going away with the 15 points over here?
Anyone can, but right now Trenda has that slight bit of an advantage just playing around the cover, and Khan does realize that fact. He knows exactly where he's positioned, and it all comes down to their mechanical aim, and there you have it. All right, Team I8 getting the better out of QWERTY, and well, Khan had no choice over there but to just go in for the push, and there you have it. 12 kills, 27 points from this game, and they are closing in on the gap, and well, still on the second spot. So 27 points. They're going to be happy about this.
They're going to cover up with a little bit points over here because they've got 12 kills here. But it's going to be interesting how many kills that Khan and his teammate get out there. But that was an amazing game, Fixes, ain't it? The way it was panned out, it was so beautiful. And the final circle, 1v1 between the #1 and #2, that sort of brought up the rivalry that was going on till inside the overall standing right here inside the final circle as well.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was quite chaotic towards the very end, but once things, went in on the, once things just kind of broke down, that is where Team I8 kind of collected themselves. There was a point where 3 players of QWERTY were alive, but 2 players got knocked out, just leaving Khan to be the last lonesome survivor. But if you take a look at the MVP, you've got Vaz getting those 6 kills. So every single day, we've got new teams, new players stepping up.
Honestly, and this is a good sign coming in from Quantum Rage. As we were talking, Billy Boys, Quantum Rage. If any would have, one would have walked with the chicken dinner, I would have been really happy. But I'm substantially happy with the fact that they were there in the top 4, and they're going to get some good points out of this game. Was getting 6 kills. Look at the amount of damage he's got for his team. That's going to do a hell lot of good for his teammates, and that's going to inspire his teammates as well. But Trinda, honestly, the way I8 was holding on to their nerves, the way they patiently held on to the important positions, that clearly tells you why this team is a champion team from the region and why they are getting those important points back to back in all the games that they are playing. I'm really impressed the way I8 has executed the final circle in this specific match over here.
Yeah, and even without Crypto, that's also an addition, because he's always been that killing machine, back racking up all those kills for his team. And this time we were sort of missing out on Rahman, as Voltrox did join us. And there you have it. I8 Esports getting the chicken, 12 kills, the highest in the lobby. But Team QWERTY aren't really far behind, just 6 points shy. And 21 points is something that they would love to have, because they sort of are still continuing with their onslaught, with their lead in the overall rankings. But what I really liked is Quantum Rage, the Billy Boys, Random 4, all these teams have also stepped up this time as well.
Yeah. Honestly, and that's a really good sign for the overall tournament, right? For the entire national championship, that's a really, really good sign, and I'm really excited. Freestyle, they would be a little disappointed. Just 4 points out of this game. Team Sky, just 4 points out of this game, but that's not the point here. Let's see what DS official has done. 1 point. They got a chicken dinner yesterday, fixes in the last game. But there they are with just 1 point. And what are they doing? And they really need to push the pedal hard, because after you get some important points, you really need to capitalize on it. If you just let it go away, that is a missed opportunity, I feel.
Yeah, I think I would second with you on that because I think what really went wrong for them today was while they were rotating, the teammates sort of got caught off guard. I think it was just Rafe who was alive, and we did see some action coming out from him against the players of KO. I believe he was just lobbing those grenades and managed to knock one player, but that was just it. That was just it. He could not do much. But then again, DES officials have made their mark. They are in those. In the safe zone, I must say. But as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moment, so this is that fight, right? You've got who's just stepping out from his vehicle and instantly getting himself knocked out. Even we did see one of those players of freestyles also, taking his own life with that grenade. Did not mean to do that, but in tense situations like this, you do have those sweaty fingers, and you intend to do one thing, something else entirely happens. But respect. I think he did put up a valiant effort, but that was just not enough.
Yeah, and all those things are really going to happen over here. But the fact that Fix's core team and I8 were fighting inside the final circles once again, they're getting good points out of the game. The rest of the 29 teams that are still part of this competition really need a wake up call. If these two teams go away back to back matches, getting all these points, they are going to keep dominating that overall standing, and you really need to step up your game and get some good points. And it's high time now that these two teams should be really challenged, and that is what I want to see over here.
Yeah, and I think the only ones that are capable of challenging, QWERTY and I8 is Maxed and North Esports, right? Because they kind of have 3 games that they need to cover up. After this, it's going to be 4. So in 4 games, if they can sort of get some chicken dinners for themselves, some good kills,
Yeah.
you never know. The second position at least can be contested, if not the first. But as we move along, I think Freestyle are still in pursuit for their chicken dinner. And Portal Esports, well, they've just played 8 games. They still have managed to hold on to the 9th spot, so they are going to be happy as well. So a lot of teams haven't really received their chicken dinner, but once they do, they're going to feel happy about it. They are going to have their morals really boosted up. But as we take a look at the teams that aren't really doing good, so amongst them, definitely we've got to talk about the Mavs, the Unpredictables. They're all going to come in today, but Eliminate and Mythical, having played their 11 games already, I think the ship starts to sink for them, because once the next game of Sanhok is done, that is where they have to come in. But one good thing, all right, so we've got Raindrop eliminated. So out of 31 teams, only 24 will qualify. So one extra team that you do not have to worry about. So yeah, that's an added plus.
That's a plus for sure, but I really felt there for teams like ELM Esports and Mythical as well. They were trying to get inside the zone so desperately. They were trying to make their way, but Quantum Rage denying Mythical completely, not allowing them to get those points. And these sort of are the stories that change the morale of the team completely. But for Mythical, I really hope that they get their grooves back and come inside Sanhok and get some point, because they really need it, because that is going to be their last game. They're going to play their 12th match this upcoming Sanhok, and these two teams really need to get some good points to stay inside the top 24 if they can after game number 12.
Yeah, a lot of teams need to make that comeback in. A lot of teams need to get that chicken dinner. But right now, we're going to be going for a short little break, because coming right after is the action from Sanhok.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. As we head along inside the second game that is going to be played in Sanhok. And I know you hate this, Trooper, but you know, what am I going to do? I'm going to put you under the spot, throw you under the bus, and ask you, where do you think the circle is going to form?
Well, I'll go with Camp Alpha Island this time. Not a lot of action has
Oh,
come in
okay.
from that side, right? So let's go for let's hope that the circle goes towards that direction. But we'll find that out pretty soon. And really, before we go on to the game and find out the circles, I really hope that teams take some inspiration from teams like Quantum Rage, Billy Boys, and Max
Yeah.
Esports as well, who are going to be part of the next upcoming game. They're going to watch this game for sure. We have the map here, and just go look at. If you would have asked me where the plane path is going to start off, I would have got the answer right. But
But you know, chances are still there, but
yeah.
because Erangel circles are sort of predictable, but when you head into Miramar, I kind of feel Miramar keeps things decent. They don't really, you know, throw you right off your minds right from the very get-go. So we do see those curveballs, but towards those end areas. But quite interestingly, a lot of teams have actually taken the plunge on towards the Western Islands. So one of them is, of course, XGeneration. You've got the Billy Boys dropping down as well. You've got Quantum Rage also going towards Hatin. So the Western Island is completely stacked up, just barring that eastern side areas of which has not been taken. And I believe boot camp is also going to be crowded, at
Lost
least with
Esports
one
is
team.
Lost Esports is not here, so let's see who's going to take up boot camp this time. I think Star is moving up there. We'll find that out
Is it
pretty soon. But
QWERTY?
I think yes, that is
Do we see
Cody.
a skirmish early on? I think there are
Looks
two
like that.
squads.
Looks like that coming in from bootcamp, but I'm happy that there are at least three teams inside Camp Alpha
Boot camp
Island.
fight. Let's go.
Yeah, bootcamp fight. We'll go towards that. But look at that, Fixes. We've got multiple teams on the Camp Alpha Island. Something teams have learned, and they've done their homework from the last Sanhok. I'm really happy about that as well.
Yeah, me too, 100%. Because, but then again, if the circle does not form around the Western Island, there's no point going over there, right? Because the moment you try to make it towards the central or, try to go elsewhere, you might just be in a whole world of trouble. But it's Johnny who
Ooh.
is actually in a whole world of trouble as he's crawling, as blood is just dripping from his body, as Harry does finish him off. So, Tyro, 110 off to a good start as I8, who was sort of wanting to get, end things with on a good note, get that last chicken dinner for themselves, and the chances are looking slim. So even in the last game, they lost out on crypto, and this time also losing out Johnny, something which they would not want to happen,
Let's see
but
what they
has.
let's see what these three players will do now from this point onwards, because this is Sanhok. You need every gun running, right? Because it's a very fast paced game. You really got to be quick and cover those angles and shoot at things that are shooting, shoot back at things that are shooting at you. But yeah, here we have sort of a northern camp alpha circle only, with a boot camp occupied with two teams, I feel, but not a lot of action that has come up in the first 3 to 4 minutes from there.
All right, we've got another action breaking amongst ourselves, and it's the Billy Boys. One of my favorite team in terms of how they've named them, right? Billy Boys sounds so catchy as they just lob that grenade inside the mannequin room. They know exactly where Hug is, who is apparently trying to put up a fight, but his efforts have gone into vain as he's just got surrounded, and they pounced upon him like a pack of hyenas, and that is what they're doing, just scavenging all the loot that they can get for themselves. But
Yeah.
trooper, I think you are getting in touch, right? I think your prediction abilities have sort of improved. Now you also can try the art of fortune telling. I mean, I think that's what I'm gonna do. When my casting careers is basically done. 5-10 years down the line, predict future.
I honestly feel that actually with tournament to tournament, the RNG of the game changes, and yeah, when we start casting at the group stages, it's actually difficult to predict what sort of an RNG is going to work. But when we move on to the later stages, let's say the semifinals or the finals, it's actually going to be easier for us to predict, and that's my opinion. To be really honest.
I mean, yeah, it sort of gets easier, but then again, sometimes you want some things, and when the gods give that to you, you feel happy about it. That
Honestly,
small little
honestly.
happiness. You're not getting any money, you're not getting anything, but well, money is not equal to happiness, right? So yeah, it's a substantial part of it. Everyone likes it, but then again, sometimes when you are just proven right, you feel good about yourself. So yeah, I think we can, be happy about it. But we do see the mutant in action, and it's been ages, and no one basically talks about that weapon as if it's never existent in the game. I really feel that the mutant has a good potential, and a lot of teams have yet to kind of untap it, right? A lot of teams do not know how to play around with it. Kind of a sort of a, what do you say, a replacement for M16 in the 7.62 chamber department. I think that gun is yet to be introduced inside the meta, and some good Chinese team will of course use that, and then everyone sort of will understand how well potent this weapon is, and they can get good results out of it.
Let's see, Fixes, when is that going to happen? But honestly, when you mentioned mutant, I sort of remembered, yeah, it is still a part of the game. So honestly,
It's still there. Even I had forgotten.
so that is the story for mutant so far since its introduction. I was really excited when the gun was introduced, right? That a gun that could be used as a tap shot and even as a burst shot on the 7.62. But ultimately, what you can do with the DP or with the DMR like SLR, that is something you cannot do with a mutant, to be honest. And that is why anyone, anytime would pick up the DP rather than the mutant. And That has been the story for Mutant, and I really feel they really need to buff that gun a little. Maybe in the damage department if they can.
No, it has
Then
got good damage. I think, talking about DP, then again, you've got to agree that it's one of those exclusive weapons just strictly to Erangel. So, DP, yeah, I think we can not discuss about it. But yeah, going up against the likes of AK and Beryl, that's where it is sort of, there to find its mark. And the only buff that you are suggesting it can get, if not in damage, I think would be in its fire rate, right? If we sort of decrease the time between the first burst and the second burst, I think players might want to use it, or maybe sort of try to improve its stability on the mid range. But right now we've got a fight as NFP Sky. They are making a push on towards Team Mythic, as the players of Mythic have already lost out on Ansi, and Break is also about to fall any single moment.
this is a fight for Team Sky now. They are just heading towards the game number 12. They really need to maximize the points that they're going to get out of this game. And certainly they've lost their way, honestly, Fixers. The way they started their day number 1, they were certainly looking so good. But since then, they have not been impressive, to be really honest. But let's see if this start that they have got here without losing any players, 2 points already in their tally, they need to capitalize in this game.
They certainly have to, as they've already lost the numbers. But Team NFP Sky, they are relentless. They are going into the push. Well, Malik is trying to hold them off, keep them at bay, but does not happen, as Ash will get the better out of him, as the last surviving member, Coffin, just is trying to hide inside that one little compound that he has for himself. Just pray that NFP Sky did not really push on towards it. But by the looks of it, they want to go around. They have sort of decided that they're just gonna let him be where he is. But now NFP Sky, they're feeling happy about it. But taking a look at how the zone is shifting, I think it's gonna go towards the eastern island, not be on the western island. But what do you think? What are the chances? It's a hybrid circle. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, the river tri
Or do you
junction
think it's a
is.
water circle? We've
Yeah,
seen this happen.
it can be. And what about where DES official is holding up right now? That's a small little island, just a little bit northern side of where boot camp is. If that comes into play, I've never seen that happen in a Sanhok game. I always wonder how teams are going to go over to that little island if they have to. But this is a push coming on from Team Sky onto Mythical. Coffin OP, he's in a very, very peculiar situation right now. Multiple players trying to control over it, trying to take control over him and eliminate him out of the game. He's faced one more bullet. He's very low on HP, but he's going for that only one. But he is going to be cornered here. And there were so many opponents inside the vicinity. How many could he have fought valiantly? He eventually goes down, and Mythical are out of the game.
I think this is how you should be playing Sanhok, right? Stick as a pack, have of all four of your players going in together, isolate one player, just go at him. But one slight little mistake. It's not a big one, but I would still like to point it out. As in these compounds, you have two openings, right? You know your opponent is there; he's just a lonesome one. Try to go through both the doors. I mean, he can't peek at two locations at the same time. Just try to take
Honestly.
him out. I mean, those are those kind of quick clinical executes that teams must be looking for. Of course, you got one of your players knocked out. It's fine, but had there been another squad, you might have lost a few more. But taking a look at Uzim,
This is
well,
the oldest shooting game strategy, right?
yeah, all
Well,
right.
we have I8 versus Freestyle once again. Let's see which way it goes this time. And it's not an even 4v4 because I8 already lost a player quite early into the contest. They lost Johnny there. Kudos to Tyro, Esports out there. But let's see how Freestyle is going to deal with this 4v3 situation, because they certainly need a push, right? They certainly need a kick to go into the right directions. They are looking sort of rusty after the day number 2, to be honest. But since then, they really need a kick at some point for that kickstart, I feel.
Yeah, me too. But right now, considering how I8 have, just become one with the nature, the reptiles just waiting to, bite the players of freestyle. It's going to be interesting, but take a look at Star. I think they've got the better out of test officials as Myth has been taken down. He's going to bleed out, or maybe Hassan would just go and finish him off. But either ways, Des, their woes continue as the players are falling down one after the other.
They certainly are. They certainly are. And look at Char also. He's got he's got that player myth eliminated now. So they're moving through these compounds over here, and look at how they're moving together as a team. I like this when a team does this because they're not sure if there are any enemies around. They just want to make sure that even if someone is holding up or camping inside these houses, they still have the man advantage if possible. And that is the way to go, right? If you're trying to take control of the compounds. Well, now we have multiple teams that are lurking around these river edges right now, and that is going to be the interesting thing. Which island is this circle going to shift? It looks like the Camp Bravo island for now, but if a hard shift comes towards Camp Alpha, then things are going to get really difficult for a lot of team. Even for the team that is holding up inside boot camp, Team Kurti, they have got to decide to leave boot camp. If that happens, it's going to get interesting.
Indeed. It's the moment of truth, and
No.
there you have it. Somewhere around boot camp, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go where Tyrant is, right? I've never seen circles ending towards boot camp. It always goes away. And QWERTY, they might enjoy their position now, but it is not their play style, right? They aren't really accustomed to play those central circles. So it's going to be interesting as to how they're going to execute that. But certain side teams have already closed in. We've got I8 also right, behind the players of freestyle. So it's going to be interesting. But Groza, oh my goodness! I mean, this is one of those weapons, curated by the demons themselves. I believe the way you just spray through and the satisfaction you get when you have that extra bit of a AR suppressor onto it. Now freestyle do realize that someone is lurking around them, and it's Sunny. Let's just see if you can spot out the threat.
This is going to get interesting, right? Freestyle, this challenge is exactly what they're expecting. But Crypto inside the vicinity, this is going to get really difficult for Freestyle. If Crypto, he has a hunch, right? He's listening. He's been there for quite some time, patiently holding on to his position. So he has that information that there are enemies inside the vicinity. He's looking at the right direction. So if that opening comes in, it's going to get difficult. But that opening that has already been created on Team Bablu in a different part of the map right now. So they've got their own problems to deal with. Let's see what they're going to do with that.
All right. I mean, yeah, Team Bablu is under fire, but freestyle sort of trying to peek around, and KO, they're the ones taking those shots. As the Billy Boys are also not far away. Now, this is the third circle that is going to start closing in, and I like it. Teams have started, using those pickup trucks. They're using those buggies because they know that once you're out in the open, and if someone spots you out and you do not have cover, you are going to have a really hard time, dealing with that kind of a situation. But I like what Knockout are doing right now because they're sort of sticking together just the way I like things to be in Sanhok. You do not need to be very technical about it. It's an RNG map. Just stick together, just push in, just scare your opponents with the numbers, right? That's the best way around. And well, Sunny, he is still just holding behind that rock. And Team I8, they indeed have become rocks, not moving.
They've become rocks. And one more team that has become rocks since the start of this day is XGeneration. We haven't seen a lot of them, a lot of action coming in from them. And look at where they are right now. Just walking along the river banks out there, that might just become difficult for them. Star is also into rotation. If they spot each other, they might just be coming into some action. And DS official has also got some players coming in towards the northern edge of this zone. So a lot of teams have a good chance here in this game. But I certainly feel the way Team QWERTY is seated right now, if they just play this wisely, they can go away with the 15 points over here.
Well, they can. But right now, I'm really feeling excited as to where the circle is gonna pan out. It's going to be so interesting, and I am, thinking it might go towards the eastern side, but goes towards south. Now, this is what we've been talking about, right? Now, Team Tyro do have a very commanding position for themselves. Not only got that high ground, but also that compound right behind boot camp. But look at Khan. Well, Team QWERTY haven't really been in action, but I think it's a smoke. Thank God it's a smoke, as they somehow keep themselves alive. As Sunny again making those movements, but I8 aren't really interested. They aren't gonna move. They're just gonna chill over there till the moment comes. But I think this is a moment. This is where they need to enter inside the circle. But Freestyle have their own things to worry about right now, as one of their players has been knocked out.
I still feel that there are chances that this area where Team QWERTY is
Oh,
right now can be part of the game where they are when the latest circle comes. One more knock coming on from the side of
Sunny this
I8
time
over there. Yeah,
finally.
Sunny going down, and that knock is there. Let's see how these teams are going to take this game, because Team Sky is lurking around towards the towards the eastern side of boot camp, which Team QWERTY clearly has an idea about. But with those two giants fighting just towards the southeast side, this is going to get really interesting in just a matter of few minutes.
It will, because which what is really concerning me right now is how on earth are the boys from QWERTY gonna get inside the zone? Because Entrepreneurs the South inside is completely out in the open, and if now we do see the hell breaking loose, everyone fighting against everyone else. That is the cue where they might try to push on and be safe about it, because now all they have to do is just be satisfied with whatever knocks they're getting, because they cannot really get those kills. But Upsar being really close towards Tani, he just cooked a grenade, and had he cooked it a bit longer, had it been a bit towards Upsar, he would have been taken down by now. But just a deflection coming out from his grenade, but Upsar now spots out Dani's position. Had it been a Molotov, could have just broken through the door and could have helped his cause. But that's for another day. But Rinda is getting the better out of the players of Freestyle, as Kali Boy also takes an exit.
I told you they're looking rusty, right? And that's being
Yeah.
showcased in the kill feed as well. They're falling down to the three teammates of I8 out there. They're getting some good kills against them. And speaking of falling down, even lads of Team Sky are falling down here. So no, these two teams certainly were looking to change things for them. They are both sitting quite decently onto the second page of the overall standings, but things not changing them for too much for them, right? Even for Team Bablu as well, they really need a big game since they're Miramar. They have not had a really good game out here. So all these teams are sort of struggling, but not QWERTY and I8. They sort of know the trick of winning matches in Pakistan, I feel.
Yeah, I think they've sort of figured out, right? I mean, you totally stole the words from my mouth, Trooper. I mean, I exactly feel that they know how to play around this particular meta, but Team Sky, they've also been eliminated. As Team Bablu, they decide to just kind of go in, commit for the push, as Teen Wolf has been knocked out. But all three players in one compound, if Upsurge just connects that grenade, then that's going to be really deadly. But I really like that flag coming out from the remainder of the team players, because Team Bablu, they've got their undivided attention just on towards Upsar, but the players just could not make it in time. Had everything sort of been falling together in a good place, I think it would have been really deadly for Team Bablu. But right now they're still not out of danger, because they have to struggle now, just reduced to those rocks. They've not got a lot of room to move around, as Danny has also been spotted, will eventually get taken down over here, as Team Bablu, they've lost their men, but now they still want to put up a fight as the zone starts closing in. 144 meters inside the circle, and Hunter right in front of Danny, who is apparently spraying down, but getting nothing absolutely, as he's gonna fall down to the zone. And Pikachu is the last survivor for Team Bablu. Let's see what is he up to. And there's no chance on earth that he can actually go and commit in for the revive, because the moment he stands up, he's gonna get knocked down again.
Yeah, that's a very difficult situation, because a lot damage is going to come in through that blue zone as well. But look at that, the way Knockout have handled this situation, I'm really impressed with them. But yet you did predict it, the revive wasn't possible. Dani falling to the play zone. Now Pikachu being the last player standing. Now let's see what is he going to do, because he's quite far in the blue and he's got to make that move. But still enemies lurking around inside the vicinity. With Hunter running out for that zone, it's going to get really difficult for Team Bablu to survive there, because the damage from the zone has just increased over here.
Yeah, absolutely. But somehow, KO knockout, they kind of get
No, eliminate.
eliminated by, let's see, Bablu, how long are they going to survive though? I mean, that was a good effort, but look at how Team QWERTY have been kept at bay, right? So 4 players still alive, but it's going to be so difficult just to cross over the road, just cross over that trench that we have. But Team Tyro holding on to that compound. They know that they've got that high ground. Harry is looking at the players of Eliminate as I8 finally decide to make their movement. But respect, he does have that one good angle. If he can take down not just one but two players of I8, then they might just be in a little bit of trouble.
And once again, we have the top five. This is a different map, different strategies being implied. But out of the top five, two teams are constant. I feel I'm just feeling. But why are these other teams not able to win fights against these two teams? Puri once again inside the final circle. I8 once again inside the final circle. If you're going to allow these teams to like dominate over you once again and again over inside fights, you're not going to throw them over the throne that they're wearing on their head right now.
Well. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. I have loved how, I8 are making their movement, and Destroyer, there you go, he goes falling down. And the woes continue for Team QWERTY, but Team I8 aren't doing good as well because Team Tyro, they're just holding off every single team, getting all those knocks in towards their favor. As Laxin has spotted out Trinda, will of course get that knock on towards him, but 420 still dealing that hurt on towards the players over there as he goes charging and spots one more from Eliminate and wipes them out.
Finally, Tyro out here, but still Team QWERTY and I8 part of this action. But Tyro, they were quite absent for the better half of the game, to be honest. But the way they have accumulated these 7 kills inside a really good time over here, I'm really impressed the way they are playing. But now the question is, can they go away with the chicken? But meanwhile, I usually am eliminated by Wolverine out there. So that is the demise for the end for I8's campaign in the Sanhok game. They do not get the chicken dinner this time, but can Tyro take away the chicken dinner and stop QWERTY from getting this chicken dinner in this game? All important 15 points into consideration. It's a proper 3v3 situation, and by the looks of it, I feel like the flank position of Khan is going to play a huge role in this fight over here.
It certainly can, but again, Team Tyro does have that higher ground advantage, just waiting for Team QWERTY to make that move. But like you said, if Khan finds a good angle, they're basically done for, as Voltrix has already found that opening, and Emma does get the trade off, but Wolverine gets one in his favor as well. So it all comes down to Harry now in a 1v2 situation, and there you go, he's been finished off, and Team QWERTY, well, again, getting a bit of a chicken dinner. This previous game, they got the second position. This time, settled with nothing but the first. And with 10 kills and 25 points. And again, will be further bolstering up their lead in the overall standing. So I think it was a miracle the moment they kind of came out from boot camp and they successfully could make it up the hills, and they would have to thank Team I8 for that, right? The fight between Tyro that sort of gave them that room to sort of go in, enter, and at least have their players online over there. And I think it all came down to that flank from Khan, and we did see Wolfrey also getting those initial 2 knocks over there, and it was game over. But somewhere down the line, I really felt that this could have been Tyro's game had they played their cards perfectly. But again, sweaty palms, and this is where experience really comes handy. And there you have it, Voltrox this time being the MVP.
Once again, guys, it's QWERTY Esports with the 15 points. They're just running away inside the overall standings, right?
Yeah.
Not the kind of show I was expecting from the Pakistanis over here. To be really honest, what is this? Like 5 out of 12 games, Team QWERTY is winning. The remainder of the games, I8 is winning them all. What are the remaining 29 teams doing?
They're trying. They're trying. I mean, let's be fair. They're trying. Then again, we might be asking too much, right? You talk about QWERTY, you talk about I. They've got the maximum experience, in this entire lobby, and it comes down to something. In such situations, they know because they've played so many tournaments, so many bigger tournaments at even more dire circumstances, and they have come out on top with that. And now you talk about Sanhok, it is all about the RNG factor, right? It's all coming down to where the circle sort of shifts in those final circles. It did shift on towards Team Tyro. They could have done better, but they certainly weren't able to. But 420, still, despite that factor, did manage to get 5 kills for
But
himself.
Texas,
And yeah,
you see this, they have the height advantage. This is a 3v3 fight, right? You have the height advantage, Tyro 110. There's just one flank position. There's just one flank position. If you can't deal that sort of an attack, my God. What else?
you should be anticipating those flanks, right? You should be well prepared. You know you've got that territory secured. You know your enemy is right in front of you. It's a fair 3v3 fight, and you've got the high ground advantage. What on earth could go wrong for you? You should be anticipating someone from there. And well, of course, Khan being a genius, IGL did give the right call outs to his team. Wolfrey stepping up towards the end. That trade was absolutely crucial. You know, just evening out the numbers in their favor. It was of 1v2 towards the very end, and they did not have a lot of trouble sealing that for themselves, right? Team Bablu again, they did manage to get those position points, but in terms of kills, I think just committing for that one play of knockout, completely forgetting, completely disregarding his teammates who did come in. Had the teammates come in at least 5 seconds early, I think that would have been a massacre for Team Bablu. They would have been murdered brutally over there. But they somehow managed to escape. They managed to live, but not for long.
Yeah, but the only thing I would like to add on to this at this point, that is for Team Tyro 110. You're so lucky that I'm not I'm not the coach there. Otherwise, I would have been screaming so hard at you. Meanwhile, yeah, the Oppo F19 Pro moments are here. Fixes this. Let's just recap and have a good look at these fights happening over here. Mythical, this was a good moment, and just as you mentioned, this was also a mistake. And you remember the first day, how I was praising the gameplay, that not a lot of mistakes that I could witness and see over here. Well, honestly, I made up my mind quite early, I would say. And now when I watch these matches, there's so many mistakes back to back from random teams, from all the teams as well, just not from QWERTY and IA, to be honest. And we'll
It's
see.
the pressure. You know,
Maybe.
Trooper, I feel it's the pressure because we do know that these teams just need some time. You know, it's the first time making it to the big stages. The matches are being streamed. You know, you and I are casting it. It's a pressure. But well, taking a look at the overall rankings, you've got QWERTY crossing that 200 mark, 216 points and 100 kills. Congratulations on that phenomenal performance. But again, if you have to talk about that past game, I think QWERTY should never have been able to cross bootcamp, right? Had Tyro held their grounds really well, because if you're having you know, the other players deployed to look at different directions, have one of those players strictly just guarding QWERTY off. But they sort of failed to do so, gave them that room. Once they just crossed the road, they were feeling comfortable. They just thrived amidst the chaos, and they came out on top.
I know Khan is a brilliant IGL, right? He timed that beautifully, that coming out of the boot camp area. But why are other teams giving them that opportunity, right? You know, there's got to be some team inside the boot camp. If not QWERTY, anyone else. Why are you allowing these sort of positions when you're holding up the high ground? And that final 3v3 fight, they were holding on to the high ground. They had a clear idea. They committed themselves into the fight. They were trusting themselves, but not waiting patiently for knowing the positions of the all three players who were there inside the vicinity. So you really got to hold your horses and commit only when you know the entire vicinity around you. And that is something a lot of teams are doing inside this region. They're committing inside the fight. This was something we were talking about TMW. Remember, they were doing this, and we had to point that out. This was Tyro doing it inside the final circle. Even in Bablu at instances, remember the game when they took the vehicle and charged it without much information inside the Erangel as well. They were doing some... that's a completely different type of game that we are witnessing over here. But honestly, by the end of today's day, all teams would have played 12 matches. So it's going to be a lot of homework for all these teams. You really got to figure out what is going wrong with you, and the support staff, the coaches, they really need to work hard, I feel.
Yeah, they certainly do need to. But right now, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the matches from Groups A and C. Now we're going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after our groups in B and D, breaking things down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run.
Zong 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG मोबाइल का रियल मजा सिर्फ Zong 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. And woke up your fun. And here we are with Group B and D joining the fray right now. We've got North Esports and Max coming to sort of close in the crack gap that Team I8 and Team QWERTY have done. Well, chasing QWERTY was be really very very daunting task, because for that you need to get yourself a hat trick. You need to be in top 3 top 4 every single game, so that's going to be a little bit far fetched. But yes, if they play their games right, I think maybe they can make it close to Team I8 at the very least. But then again, we're talking about legions also joining the fray, and as we can take a look, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok and Erangel. So today we did have two Sanhok, so one of which was already played, and Team QWERTY backed the chicken in that. So next Sanhok, Team QWERTY won't be there. We gotta see as to which team wins that one out. But taking a look at the squad roster, Team Legion, I think this is one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for, and I sort of want Team Envy to get back into their winning ways as well.
Honestly, and other teams also coming into action. Total Esports, Max, as you mentioned, and North Esports. All these teams are going to be teams to watch out for. And FourRebels, they're going to go towards Picado, right, in in Miramar. So they're already my favorites for the day. But it's going to be difficult for Rect Esports, to be honest. Fixes, they've not done very good in the first 8 games, so they're going to be under pressure. Let's see what they're going to do today.
I mean, yeah, they are a lot of teams are under pressure, but today I really want TMW to get a chicken. I mean, these lads, they haven't really found their sink inside the tournament. We have been talking about that pressure always sort of hitting these players, but they have to be prepared for it today. I think they've had enough experience, enough time. But by the end of today's evening, all the teams so would have played 12 of their matches. So we are going to reach that halfway mark, right? So that is when you sort of need to realize that the reverse countdown has started clicking, because with every single passing game, if you're not inside the top 24, you are in deep waters. You need to sort of escape from there, and I would suggest be there somewhere around top 16, right? That's where you feel secure, just a little bit safe. But then again, if you take a look at that arena altogether, we do not see a lot of demarcations over there. A lot of teams instantly getting a chicken dinner, taking propelling themselves upward like 5 6 ranks, so it's still doable.
It certainly is doable fixes, but yeah, that is why I mentioned Rect Esports, right? They have not been doing so far in the first 8 games. Now you have the target in front of you. You know which team is holding that 24th or that 16th spot to say for the second page. So you know how many points you need out of these 4 games. 4 games you can work with some placement points. Try to set up some sort of a camps, because you've got two angles into the game. You've got teams that are going to drop towards the military island, since I8 is not here as well. So all these options are available for a lot of these teams. We'll see which team is going to just go out of their natural ways to get some important points for themselves, because certainly if they do not push the pedal now, the things are going to go really difficult for them as we go into the next few days inside this group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you need to put your feet on that accelerator pedal, right? You need to start marching in. I think, initially, if I had 24 games in hand, initially I'd like to explore myself, right? I'd like to, try as if I were playing a few games in scrims. I would like to try going aggressive. I would be playing under a lot
Honestly.
of less pressure, because I know a few games I can definitely afford to mess up. And in those critical situations, I'll get that first hand experience, like what on earth could go wrong for me. If that flank was not correct, maybe I could have lobbed one extra grenade and gotten my knocks over there. Of course, that's for me to analyze during those VODs. But eventually, if you talk about the other teams, right, the newer teams rather, so in the matches of groups A and C, we just saw domination coming in from two teams, particularly it was I8 and QWERTY. Nothing else happening out of the world apart from that. Yeah, Des did manage to get a chicken dinner, but they had to struggle a lot for it. It almost came down to 1v1 yesterday. We saw Rehman almost just clutching things out for his team over there. But then again, QWERTY have been so consistent. They've been doing so good. They've been champions recently, just in a previous tournament, and now they are looking even strong. They want to have their domination, not just in the Pakistan region, but across South Asia as well.
They're not just dominating by a small margin, right? Imagine yesterday we had six matches. Three of them they got the chicken dinner. One of them, Rahman, almost clutched it to the fourth chicken dinner, right? So and
Yeah.
today we got two matches for them. What did they do? They got a chicken dinner and they got a second position. So the results could not have been any better for Query. And
Yeah.
I think the other teams are missing on to the trick. Now it comes down to Max Esports and North Esports for me personally. I'm going to keep an eye on these two teams. What are they going to do? Because now Query is done for the day, I8 is done for the day. Max and North, can you somehow make sure that you apply pressure on that 216 points that Query has already accumulated in the 12 matches? Imagine 12 matches, 216 points in this point system. It is a very, very high number.
It certainly is. As we finally enter inside the battlegrounds, there is absolutely no lag in the game when you are on Song 4G. The response time is great and the ping is awesome. If you're playing PUBG Mobile and you want the best game experience, switch to Song 4G and take your gaming to the next level. Definitely gotta give shout out to our network sponsors over here, Zong 4G. As we set in to the battlegrounds again, we've got the trajectory from Kameshki towards the Susnovka military base and the predictions, Trooper.
Let's see. Let's see. I'll be going for a hybrid circle towards military base. That is what I'm thinking. And let's see
Military
some bridge
base
action.
and you.
Yeah, some bridge, some
Always
bridge
love it
action.
to you.
So I'm not going towards the northern side. I've predicted a lot of northern circles already, and I've been the disappointment
Disappointed.
rate is really high over there. So I'm coming back towards the southern side, and let's just hope that the Milta region, the Nova Ripnoy region, comes into a bit of a play. We really wanted a Georgia Bull circle last time we witnessed Erangel, the first game for the day, but that was part of the first circle. But clearly, the shift of the circle went a little bit towards those clear areas, and once again a similar sort of first circle which we witnessed in our first game of the day as well. So let's see where the final circles are going to head towards once again. Is it going to be the Swamp, the Georgia Bull, or the city of Pochiki?
Ah, we're gonna see on that. But this time, one thing is, of course, completely different. Other teams, right? We've got Bottle Esports back in the fray. We did see Team Legion pulling off a chicken dinner yesterday in that really weird water circle that we had in front of us. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have my eyes out on towards those lads, especially Thor and Deadplay. The way they've been playing, I think if they sort of continue that kind of performance, I think we can witness even bigger things from them. But they're not alone where they have taken a drop. They've got some unfriendly neighbors and just right beside Thor, I must say. So it's going to be rather tricky for them to really approach this fight entirely, as they're fighting off at Yasnaya. But taking a look at unpredictables, well, they certainly are unpredictables. We did see some consistent plays out from them, but apart from that, I think I would want them to perform even better today, as a few loots are being just distributed. You do not have anything, you have just your fist, so might as well take the mini, just play around with it. When you get a better drop, just replace it.
I feel so bad. Look at that, fixes the entire Georgia Pool region, the entire region. Not a single soul over there looting. And look at the amount of teams towards the eastern side. We have two teams in Isnaya Poliana itself. That is a pretty decent drop location to pick, to be really honest. I really like that there are two teams in Isnaya Poliana. It has good enough loot for two teams, good enough uh, vehicle spawn nearby so that teams can get into the early rotation. But unpredictable, they have run into something over here. There's a team that is looted up and shooting at
Ouch.
them, and eventually Remover has been pulled down out of that motorcycle with a sidecar.
I mean, I love this from Renaissance. We did see them, actually making a comeback yesterday. They did get a second spot for themselves, and now today, right off the get-go, they've gotten one kill already. Unpredictable, being unpredictable as ever, have sadly lost out on play, and they were helpless because with the tri-bike, when you're going in, first of all, it's really unstable. But then again, they did not have a lot of choice. Had they had a Dacia or maybe a US, they could have done certainly better. But right now, heading off to their drop location to get started with their loot. But look at Rex's HP. He is barely just one shot away from being dropped off.
Don't bomb the bike, to be really honest. You're going to get surprised. But let's see, they're heading towards that Georgia Pool region that we were talking about. That is a effective rotation, but they have certainly paid the price on the way. And I think Shroud was doing the scouting for the team, and he's the one to be blamed, honestly. But don't worry, you've got three players. You've got a good entire area to loot up. I think they're going to head towards the Georgia Pool Northern City now, and that is a pretty good choice. No teams still heading towards that container or Georgia Pool City area. Let's see if we find some action coming in from them. But a lot of team looting up towards the military island or towards the eastern coast over here. Milta Factory also being occupied by this team. So we'll find out when these long rotations are going to come in, and maybe some players are also lost at the expense during the course of rotations.
I mean, right now for unpredictable, I would have liked it if they entered into the containers area, right? Because after looting that north western Georgia Pole cities, they eventually will have to cross bridge. But by then, I'm pretty sure there would be certain teams, already on towards that Everest area. If not that, then Ruins is also one of those places where teams like to go in and capitalize, have a good position for them. But taking a look at NFPxTact, and you've got the boys over here from Death Squad. So they haven't really started getting inside the circle, and I believe they are making their way in. They've got all their vehicles secured, and they are going to be entering in through maybe farm, but they will again have to deal with Portal Esports, and that is going to be one of those skirmishes. But taking a look at Team GRX, one of those teams likes to drop off at Nova Ripnoy, but this time did not wanted to go there because they do know for a fact that Envy sort of likes that drop. So they knew that the military base is going to be vacant, so might as well take that for themselves. But they are also going to be heading into a collision
Yeah,
course against the players of Lost. But by the looks of it, in that race to cross the bridge, I think Lost just have that slight upper hand. So if they cross on towards the other side, maybe this is also another team waiting for them. So I think that part of the map is going to be just noisy with the sound of bullets and grenades.
yeah, and definitely some shots are going to be exchanged pretty soon over there because they're going to spot each other on the bridge, and let's see when that happens. But coming back towards slightly middle part of the game right now, the middle part of the map right now, we have Renaissance. They've already got a kill against their name. Now they are moving towards the city of Rozok. Still on foot. That is something they got to worry about. But this is TMW Esports. Then they have looted up the city of Severny, and now they're rotating it to rotating inside towards the areas of Georgia Pole. So let's see what sort of area they're going to pick up for their first halt after Severny, because they would be pretty well looted up after that is a beautiful city to loot for the entire squad, Severny. And let's see where they are going. By the looks of it, this compound is where they are headed with their vehicles.
I think you talk about TMW. They haven't really been playing at their optimal best. I'm pretty sure if they weren't really novice, they could have gotten something more. But Team Maverick, well, the team that plays with just three players, and my boy, oh boy, they do do come out as really good. Because had they had four players registered, so things could have been different. They could have been easily in the top 8, if not, in the top 5, considering it's the first time. So, yeah, I think I've got my eyes also on these lads, the way they are playing. Finally, they're sort of trying to rotate around, but FourRebels in a bit of a pickle, as they also have that tri-bike for them, and lots of shots are being taken on towards them by the boys from Lost Esports, and one of their players just has to hide behind that tree. Now this is where if Lost decides just to commit a little bit, form a flank angle, could get that extra 1 kill point, but they're not really going for it because they do not know where the other players are. Imagine opening up, being vulnerable, trying to find that other angle, and someone else takes you down. So that's a risk that they do not want to take right now.
Well, so beautifully explained, Dave. But look at these shots, and now he's going to go down.
Yeah, he was just too nervous over there. Could not really keep himself up, and already we had one of those players of Lost, just engaging, kind of closing in with the Bucky, as we do see see Portal Esports. Elsewhere, they're going to be dishing hell from above onwards the players of FourRebels. So FourRebels not in a position to sort of contest or even try and try something at all to save King as he meets his makers, as Believe will just blow his head off, and the crate is there up for grabs.
Something different about this game fixes that we are already inside the 10-minute mark, but still the lobby size is 60 plus. So, with the change of groups in the first Erangel game, I'm sort of excited that one thing is for sure that I8 and Cody are not going to get the chicken dinner in this game. That is for sure here. But other than that, let's see if these new teams have got something in them, because I'm really liking the lull right now inside this game. Right now, these teams are trying to get into important key positions at this moment, and the way they are trying to control the game, and certain teams, they are looking confident and they are looking prepared, and that is something that I am here to watch out for.
Me too, as well. But as we take a look at the circle, it has sort of made an even shift, and Pachinki is still in contention. We've got the players of Max already over there, North Esports right beside them, but Death Squad is approaching with their numbers very nearby to North, and I think they might just be thwarted off from their position. But look at Dani. Where is he driving?
Trying to get away from that situation, but Portal Esports controlling these higher grounds right now, taking those shots on those vehicles of Death Squad as well, and that is a big spray coming in with that M466. This is an interesting combination, quite popular these days. A Thompson with an M466, one for the long range spray and one for the close range hip fire, and that red dot is also quite effective. I like the kind of combination that Momto is using at this very point.
Yeah, me too. And there we have it, the M249 on display. And ever since it has been, been a drop weapon, just a normal common weapon that spawns. So I think after that, the popularity has certainly increased. You add on that extended mag, you've got that butt stock area, so kind of stabilizing the gun a bit. But then again, trading it against that, very, very massive fire rate that we had, it was absolutely, a shredder of a weapon that just mowed down through squads. But that's the optionality that has been gone. A lot of play and sort of it does affect your movements while you're using it. People were sort of comfortable with just that Tommy gun, but a lot of teams apparently taking a look at the map, we did see them just clustering up onto towards the southern side of the circle that we have as dead players. Does spot out one of those players of Reg, but
Ooh.
gets punished instantly as DS will just blow his heads away.
You remember this guy DS also got a good fight yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really good knock, that he's really good trade that he's got over here as well. So I'm really excited the way he's playing. But in the airdrop too, we have the MG3, the light machine gun, the new edition. Let's see if that is going to be used. But look at the amount of teams fixes just around the corner of the city of Pochinki right now. We have Max over there. We have North Esports. That is the Pochinki outhouse, I believe, that they're holding up. Then we have NFP holding up inside the city of Pochinki, Portal Esports, and now the circle is also over there. A bit of a Pochinki area still inside the zone. I don't think it's going to be there inside the next circle, but still, all these teams do not have to move a lot. Now the tricky thing for a little bit of teams over there, how are they going to move out of Pochinki? Because they might just find some neighbors shooting at them.
I mean, taking a look at this circle, it's been pretty standard, right? We are yet to witness that curveball hitting all these players because this kind of a circle was anticipated. It's a default circle shift that we are witnessing. So all these teams were sort of well prepared. They're just yet to be thrown off. Now, maybe the next zone is where we see that curveball hitting, and that's where the better teams are going to be making their rotations in. So Marset, in the meanwhile, lost Esport. Have an enemy right in front of them, but we've got Leon just trying to pepper down a few bullets onto the players of Mavericks, just in a hope to maybe find a knock and get a kill.
And this is an important compound that Dead Squad is holding up right now. We saw shots being fired upon them in their contest to take this compound. Now they have this compound. It's inside the zone. There's going to be a lot of rotations just from about this compound that they can shoot at. So I really hope that they get some good kills going in their favor, because They really need some good points out of this contest, and that is going to set the pace for them, to be honest, for the next 3 games that are remaining today. And a lot of these other teams as well, they really need to get this big game going in. And I really like, we are almost inside the 15th minute now, still 16 teams, 59 players, and this is looking a really promising start from these all these teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I think right now teams are taking just their own sweet little time to kind of settle themselves inside the games. We've still got all the squads alive, if not completely healthy, if not without any casualties. But then again, in the default maps, in default circles like this is bound to happen. Now, Lost Esports do have a good compound that they're holding on to. I like the setup. It's a 2-1-1. Both the flanks are covered. It's a perfect setup that you could ask for under those circumstances, under the compound that they've built on for themselves. But Miramar just spraying like a madman onto where's the players of Mavericks, completely out in the open, had to be punished for that.
Yeah, he committed himself for way too much, and then he's got knocked out there. But Mavericks also inside the tunnel. They're holding this pit just towards the northern end of this canal, and multiple teams inside mini map. You can see 2 teams inside that canal area, and 1 team holding up that compound just towards the northern side. That team was also going to be very interested because they're going to hear the gunshots that are being fired by both these teams over here. The utility usage is going to be very important, as we can see. The passage has been blocked by a smoke. That is the western one, I feel. And let's see how these teams are going to control this game now. But still, with such high players still surviving over there. Look at this. This is a very interesting circle now. The canal area is going to get really crowded. Not a lot of concrete cover to play with, and still 16 teams surviving. This is going to get really exciting now. This fourth circle is going to spice things up way up, way up.
Yeah, I mean, we witnessing that Seaway circle, the classic Seaway circle. We've seen almost around a year back when we used to have lots of them. But right now we've got Unpredictable just going up against GRX, where Rex is trying to take a few shots, but eventually would want to back off. But that's what Leon has definitely spotted the players of Team Envy, and he's just got one goal in his mind, right? Just try to flatten out those tires. One of those players was sort of out in the open, but has made it into safety.
Yep, and this is going to be the problem, right? Because one team is going to spot the others, because everyone is going to close in now. Not a lot of space for all these teams to play with, and whoever has got the concrete cover, the compound at this point in this fourth circle, they're going to enjoy. But for the other teams who are inside the vehicles right now, looking for some sort of shelter, they're going to be under a lot of trouble. Let's see what happens to them, because we have seen some good names that are still struggling outside the circle right now, and they're going to try and make their way inside.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think considering that Marcet has spotted one of those players, had he had a 4-time scope on his AK, could have just gone in for the stabs. But Renaissance, in a bit of a dicey situation, have been spotted down, of course. Marcet getting those beautiful tabs connected. Salman has been taken down. Walker as Renaissance right now in a whole world of trouble, as one more goes falling down, and their woe sort of continues.
So Renaissance becomes the first team to go down to 2 men. That is something. But for the rest of the teams, they really have got good numbers in their favor. And look at this, one more rotation being shot at by that squad over here. This is a very crucial compound, as we saw earlier. But now Max Esports is finding Portal Esports on these ridges just outside the city of Pochinki. This is going to be a really important high ground battle. Let's see which team is going to get the better out of the other in this encounter. But Renaissance, look at that in the backdrop. You can see even Molad falling down, and a lot of fights are going to erupt now, because the fourth circle has now closed in its way towards the halfway mark now, and the rotations for the late fourth circle rotations are now going to come into the equation.
They certainly are. Now you've got Max going up against the players of FourRebels. You've got Danny trying to make some movements. He's got that Tommy right on his hands. You've got Ecstasy with that M4. Everyone just waiting for that one knock to open things up. And Rahi is the one who eventually gets taken down. Tread making that push along with Acid as he spots one of those players of FourRebels. It's Miracle right in front of him. And if he lobs a few grenades or maybe some Molotovs just to try and flush him out, they can get that knock. But right now, their priority would, of course, be in getting Rahi up on his feet. So let's see how they accomplish that, because now Miracle is just a lonesome survivor for his squad. But they will also have to deal with one more, that's going to be Max, because Portal Esports are also chiming inside the party.
A lot of players are falling down, but look at this. We're just about to witness the fifth circle in a little bit of time, but already 16 teams are part of it. That is going to be an amazing thing if it happens. But now the players falling for Max Esports one after the other and eliminated out of the game. They certainly did not expect this to happen to them. The way they were regrouping, the way they were trying to charm up, they have been stopped here on the edges by Portal Esports. That's a perfect example of gatekeeping done by Portal Esports out there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were completely sandwiched and they did not have a lot of option because they had to prioritize on reviving their teammate. And well, Portal Esports just bounced in from the back line. So eventually had to meet the makers over here with the fourth airdrop coming in, and that's going to be the MG3. So quite a feisty weapon, but no one has gotten their hands upon them. And we haven't really seen it in action. Maybe this time or maybe not. We do not know. But for now, Renaissance also go down at the 15th spot.
Ooh, just look at that amount of HP over there for Absol in that shack out there. That's going to be a very important cover to deal with. But his problem is I don't think he has a lot of teammates around him. So in case he goes down there, and which he does, it's going to be curtains for him, and that is exactly he's been finished off with that AKM out there. So all these covers, all these little covers are going to be very important for teams to tackle with. And now look at this shack. This was occupied by Absol while earlier. Now 3 players from Dead So holding it up, and they're doing the revive, sort of regrouping and trying to take control of it. The canal area being contested. This is going to be a very interesting fight. But Portal Esports making sure getting their players inside and eliminating the lads of CAFXSSP, trying to take control over the Seavers right now. Portal Esports, they are trying to get some good points out of this game.
They certainly are already, getting 5 finishes for themselves. Mom2 will be lobbing that grenade on towards the direction of the players of CFX. Just gotta see if he survives. Joker does though, but with a sliver of HP as Insane and Mom2, they are going in for the bush. Just gonna cross through the smoke as Joker still just beside them. If they do not check the angles, they might just be in a whole world of trouble, and somehow he still manages to survive, just dropping off the smokes. Finally being spotted out though. They do hear that little canister drop sound and instantly react, but the most in the guard on 47, if you can find a few heads at this range, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Portal Eastwood have completely cleared out that Western Canal. Now, there are compounds where the teams are holding up quite close to them. They just seem unpredictable that we can see right now. But more teams, look at the amount of massacre that has already been created. 5 teams have been eliminated in a span of less than a minute, I feel. And look at this, more players going down with every passing second. Mavericks eliminated by TMW. They are getting some good kills under their name, but the challenge is upcoming. Now, Unpredictable have spotted them. They know exactly that the team is holding up the sewers there right now, and the push is inevitable. It has got to come, and with this shift of the zone, it is a very important position for TMW to take up. If they can hold on to this cover that they're enjoying right now, it's going to be a paradise for them. The number of kills that they can actually manage if they just hold on to this position is amazing.
Yeah, but look at that. Nobody is on towards the center. Everyone's just on towards the northwestern side. Now, Unpredictable, they've got Rex down, but they would want to get that rest back up as Shroud. He would be trying to just provide that with essential cover fire because they've successfully managed to knock one of GRX as well. But both these teams, they will have to make a rush inside the circle, and that's going to be a tough task considering TMW is watching their way. But Mom2, he's just wiping them down with those flurry of grenades as Marleka will get a trade off the zone with a grenade from himself, but Hunk, he is holding as an anchor as Joker goes in with the push. Shroud gets the better out of Hunk, and TMW again in a whole world of trouble.
Not holding on to their position. That is not what we was expected for them. It was the push was inevitable. They should have been ready for it. They should have been ready with the nades out there or the smokes out there. And look at this fight. They are doing the revive out there. They are certainly under a lot of pressure, but not using the utilities well. That is what TMW is missing out on. The trick. And one more knock back to back, and Kurama goes down this time, and that is the end for TMW. Unpredictable now have the control of these this important dip cover that they're going to enjoy now. Let's see what sort of an impact can they make into the rest of the game.
It's going to be interesting, but right now we've got Dead Squad also alive, and they're doing fairly well. 5 players from their team, but Portal Esports has been stealing the show all along. Once they've started settling in, but Legion in an engagement over there against the players of Lost, but unpredictable Rex, he's still trying his luck if he can find a few more kills out there. As Team Envy, they've also gotten themselves on board, and there you have it. Rex just spraying through the smoke, not getting any shots connected though.
Yep, that is going to be tricky, but both these seem sort of coexisting at this point. Fixers, I really feel if they're going to move out, if they are deciding to go for the late game or the final circles, it's going to be very difficult. It's either just one of them that can make it out as a three-man squad, which they are both right now. But GRX, look at that, they're getting kills on the long range. They are giving some substantial amount of damage to the team of NFP, who have now been eliminated and sent back to the lobby. But Dead Squad, they've also been trying real hard fixes in this game, coming out of this compound, trying to spot GRX out there and trying to give them shots while they are while they are still hiding in their vehicle cover.
Yeah, I mean, right now things are getting really interesting. Now, Portal Esports have their sights set on towards the players of Unpredictable. Joker just trying to spray through in. If they can connect those few grenades, that would be absolutely great. But the circle has started shrinking, and now the circle has completely gone against them. Now, this is where we see the fight breaking down in a 3v3 situation. It's Unpredictable going up against Portal.
Let's see what is going to happen over here. It's just the fight is just around the corner. Let's see if the peak is going to be there. It's coming in from Hunter's side, but Momtu is absolutely ready for it. He's got the M416 out. I was really interested what would he do with that Thompson that he was holding up now. But let's see. The smoke has been deployed by Unpredictable there, but I like the utility use that Unpredictable is trying to do there. That is something TMW was really missing. But now they are not committing themselves towards that fight. That intention to go ahead and take maximum players to the final circle is coming into play here for Unpredictable, and Portal Esports are definitely not going to allow them to do so that easily. They're going to shoot inside, but they are getting shot back at. Both these teams are trying real hard and playing a strategic game. Look at one of the lads, Joker, now making his way out of that sphere now and taking shots back to back on the lads of Unpredictable. They're under a lot of lead coming in from the team of Portal Esports. It's a very interesting fight, but a very important one. Whoever takes control of this section of the map can have really good numbers in the points tally up at the end of this game.
Yeah, definitely. But Death Squad also want to join the party as they are taking those shots from the left-hand side. Now, Shroud has fallen down. He knows it's going to be such a daunting task to get that res back onto him. As Rex, he's been taking so much damage as finally Joker is just going to shut him down. But Insane, he is still bleeding. And they need to get that revive onto him. And considering you've got Death Squad completely knowing where you exactly are located, Insane, he's just trying to jump peek. That's going to be Tawny. And Insane loses his life out. So, of course, well, Dead Squad, they're also feeling themselves. 10 kills already as we are down to our final 3 squads. It's Dead Squad going up against Portal Esports, and you have one from GRX alive as well.
It's a good rhythm that Dead Squad is playing in today, and I really like it. I really hope that it can continue the good run. Already 10 kills with 3 lads still surviving here. They've got a really good chance, but so does for Portal Esports. Look at that. GRX Killerman now making an impression. He's out in the open, but he's spotted the lads from both the teams, so he knows the exact position for both the teams inside the circle right now. Let's see what sort of an impact can he do, or can he just, the single lad, go away with those all-important 15 points that the rest of the players are fighting? The answer is absolutely no. Dead Squad will make it sure that they take him out of the game, and now just 2 players from Portal Esports standing inside the way of Dead Squad.
I really like this flank angle from Exotic. He has, of course, made himself vulnerable over there. But then again, I mean, they have sort of pincered down the players of Portal. Now, if Portal find a miraculous grenade just taking down Hadi and Tony, that is when things might be better for them. But for the meanwhile, for what we have in front of us in a 2v3 situation, the chances for Portal Esports clinching the chicken is looking really slim, considering they will also have to make a movement inside the circle in just about now. We've got to see fight to break out. Momtu still taking a few shots, just trying to find some player just beneath that vehicle if the foots are visible, but that is not the case over here, as Tony does have a slight idea from where the spray comes in, and he's just spraying back and hasn't really found Momtu. So he's going to try a different angle altogether. But I like Hadi. He's shifted to being a flank right now. I think Death Squad does have that optionality of choosing one of their players to just go in and be the bait, but that would not really be necessary as Hadi has found the better out of Mom 2, gets the final one as well. The players of Death Squad getting a chicken dinner finally with a lot of kills.
Wow, this is an interesting game that has come to the end, and the final circle was absolutely amazing. The kind of fights that we witnessed inside the sewers, total esports, they would be. It's just their bad luck that the circles towards the end shifted towards that squad, and they had the man advantage to play all the angles, and that is exactly what that squad did with Hari just holding up to that angle where he was saying, and the way he spotted the last player's move to over there was absolutely the way that squad wanted this game to go, and they are there with this chicken dinner. All important 15 points for the placement are going to go towards that squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I think patience was one important factor, knowing when to shoot and whom to shoot. You just can't be a madman and just shoot everywhere around, right? So that is something that they did in style, and 100% well deserved chicken dinner, just thriving amidst the chaos. And you've got Tony, the MVP, 5 kills. So another new name popping up. This is exactly what Trooper and I both enjoy, seeing newer players, seeing newer faces, and I think well, if Dead Squad sort of continue this kind of run, we might see them entering the top 10 by the end of maybe the second game for their group.
Let's see if that is going to happen or not. We're going to keep a close eye on that. But really, a good game coming in from the lads of Dead Squad, and unpredictable and Portal Esports as well. Mom2 being a part of that top 4. He's got 4 kills, and look at the number of damage, 837. That's the highest damage out of all these 4 at least. So they would be really happy with the kind of performance. I'm really happy that they did not commit themselves just like inside the last game's final circle. So sort of it was a decent way to go down. They did not have the option. They were just trying to squeeze into that to that white area where they do not get the damage from the blue. But here we have the match summary in front of us with that longest kill. Look at that distance, 277 meter. That is an amazing number to hold.
Yeah, I think the boys of Team NP also put in a valiant effort, but this game was all about Team Dead Squad and Team Portal Esports, the way they played in, right? Had Portal Esports gotten those extra few players towards the very end, they could have done even better. But that's for a different time. And even I liked the effort put in by Unpredictables, right? Just holding themselves up. Hunter with those maximum utilities. And yeah, they did. Every team was striving for the chicken dinner. And it was sort of a default Erangel circle, we can say, right? We've seen maybe 1,000 circles like this. And the team that did know how to play it around the last circle shift had a very important role. Imagine the circle shifting towards Portal. Maybe that would have helped their chances, but it is what it is. As we take a look at the match ranking, the day number 4, game number 3, it is 28 points for Death Squad, and Portal Esports not really far behind, just 4 points shy.
I just really like the fact that these two teams got 25 kills among themselves, right? So that's a really high number, and the way they have controlled the game right from
almost
the word
1/3 of the lobby, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Dead Squad, look, the rotation that they were making, remember when Maxi Esports was shooting at them, that was a very crucial rotation to make, and they made it at the right time, and they stuck onto that compound really beautifully. Portal Esports controlling the canal, these were the important key points in this fifth circle, and that is why you can see them inside the final circles getting good points, and this is going to significantly help their cause inside the overall standings as well.
Yeah, it will definitely will, and in certain circles like that, about which we will discuss as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments. I mean, it all came down to how many vehicles you had, because we are witnessing a lot of these open land circles, right? So in these kind of situations, you need to have those vehicles just blow them up, create cover. That is something that Team Dead Squad did. Now, eventually, the only problem with them was with their positioning, which they certainly have worked on today, and the results are right in front of us.
Definitely, and I'm really excited to see this kind of a gameplay coming in. For the first 15 minutes, we saw absolutely everyone just trying to take the loot up and go into the important key positions. So this is the kind of pace that I liked inside the game. Just I could say that a little bit of an early mistake was missing in this game, and I'm really excited the way this team is playing. I remember I said the same thing when the last two groups started, but somehow they are looking impressive in the first and the second game maybe. But let's see if this story does not continue for this set of 16 teams.
So, I mean, looking at the overall standings now, we've got Portal Esports, courtesy to just that one game. They've made it to the top four, right? Just toppling over North Esports and were tied up with Max. And I think Max and North both did not have a good game in this one, right? So
No.
they certainly could have done better, but maybe in the next game, because we still have 3 more matches remaining for them. If you take a look at the overall ranking, so Random 4. Just 11 games played, but Test Squad, look at them, just 9 games played and making it to the top 14, getting that chicken dinner finally for themselves. They certainly are looking insane. Team Legion, well, they did have 3 kills, I believe, and that was just about it. Did not see the thunder being struck in the map of Erangel today, or Dead Blade pulling off any shenanigans, so we did not have a water circle. But maybe the final game of Erangel might just have something else in store for us. But Renaissance, they again started off well, got that 1 kill point, but that was just about it from their side. Nothing else visible from them. So again, they need to work on in finding their consistency inside such maps. But right now, ladies and gents, we are going to be heading in for a shuttle break, because coming right after is the map of Miramar.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun. As we head into Miramar, we've got teams from groups B and D going up against each other, and we did see Dead Squad getting that chicken dinner right off the bat. Just something which Trooper loves, right? We were having this conversation, when we have were on the break, and he was not happy today. He's like, all the big teams are just winning chicken dinner fixes. We both sort of root in for those underdog squads. When is it gonna happen? And it indeed happened. And so we had that little smile just wrapped from his face. And yes, now heading into Miramar, now that is a smile that sort of impresses all those beautiful women out there. But Trooper, now tell me, Miramar, what are we looking at?
Miramar now, and thank you for that compliment, Fixes. But I think you are the real ladies' man out here. But
Oh,
coming
I've
back
been
to
single forever.
the coming back to the desert island here, let's see what are we going to witness in Miramar. It's absolutely my favorite map inside the game, and even yours, I feel. But
Ah,
let's see what is going to happen here with these 16 teams. The kind of competitive game they've showed in Erangel, I'm really excited taking this lobby inside with the Z130 into the Miramar map. And let's see what sort of action they are going to give us, because I really want them to keep to this composure. Do not
yeah,
go for those early fights at this stage of the tournament, because you're not getting good results out of it. If you were, I wouldn't have stopped you, but you're not getting good results out of it. So just make sure to carry maximum numbers to the final circle and try to control things. Not and try to use the utilities, which TMW did miss in the last game. If
right.
that is something you can work upon, TMW. I've given you a lot of lessons, but this is the next one for you. Try to use utilities inside crux situations. They are your best friends.
TMW, if you are looking out for a coach, you know where whom to approach. But that being said, let's just head into the feisty, hot, spicy map of Miramar, where we have the trajectory from Impala going all the way towards the Oasis area. Now, Oasis is one of those favorite areas where I sort of tend to drop in when I'm playing the PC rendition of PUBG. Because of course very scared, and I do not want to take fights head on over there because things really got awry for me. But now that we are looking at this trajectory, right, Trooper? So where do you think are we supposed to anticipate the circle?
Looking at this, let's go for a Al Azhar Terra Bronca Crucible, slightly northwest, northeast kind of circle. That is what I would be anticipating, but that's just a guess. I don't have a hunch or anything in Miramar, because they don't work here. They can work in Erangel, they might work in Sanhok, but they don't work in Miramar whatsoever. Because honestly, we haven't seen a lot of Miramar action coming in. But let's see where the circle goes. But I really am hopeful that the FourRebels do drop inside Picado. That's a very important city right in the heart of the map. You
Yeah.
cannot leave it vacant.
I mean, you're talking about big cities, right? You're a fan of urban warfare. So we do have Los Leones completely just 100% occupied. What is happening? Is everyone just dropping off over there? Because I cannot even
Oh,
count the number of squads located over there. I just want to rush in inside the fight and see for myself as to how many teams have actually taken the plunge. I do not know what they are thinking, but we're gonna witness some bloodbath right from the very get go.
honestly, Los Lunos, it's so popular inside here. I did not expect. And look at that, Picado looks empty. So for now, Los Esports have landed right about close to Picado. There's a lad in between Picado and Graveyard. He's picked up a vehicle and sort of heading towards Picado right now. But honestly, what is happening inside Los Leonos when they're going to realize that amount of traffic over there? How are they going to move out of there?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I do not know the mentality of the teams, heading inside the map and going towards Los Leones. They did not do any sort of research, or maybe they were just interested in taking some head-on fights. But either ways, I mean, the way the teams have just clustered up on towards the southeastern side. Taking a look at the circle, it's quite default. We both would agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Picado sort of being the epicenter, just those hills around Picado is that's where I think the circle might just form, and that's where we want, because then witnessing all the pandemonium just break loose in front of us, that would be so very beautiful. But taking a look at the Mavericks, well, 47 does have that Winchester, which he's going to replace anytime soon as he goes in for the M16. Swapped it. Good decision.
You can't carry the Winchester in a competitive game, to be honest. You can flaunt it around in a classic game, maybe, but not a competitive game, not at this level, to be really honest. But let's see. I was really interested to go towards Los Leones because at least there are 6 to 7 teams inside Los Leones. If I've counted correctly, they can be more, certainly no less. But when they're going to rotate, when they're going to do that early dude and sort of get away from that, and look at this, this is Dead Squad trying to get away from Los Jonas. They found a compound nearby. Now they're going to loot that up, and
Okay.
it's sort of that. It's sort of. I remember the meme where someone moving out of a crowded place and was like, "Oh, there's something else going on there. Just don't go over
It's a
there."
different planet. It's a
Yeah.
different planet. It's a whole new area. It's a whole new life, and that is exactly all these teams might feel. Once you just hurdle them outside of Los Leones. But we have that's what the winners of the last chicken dinner. In the meanwhile, not really enjoying themselves. Imagine yourself completely, parching out, quenched, and just heading on in where the temperature is around 48 degree 50 degrees Celsius. You do not have a lot of boosters, you do not have a lot of water, just running through the deserty lands over here of Miramar. But Exotic will finally find some compound, will finally find some respite after making that run. Must feel happy, but as we go elsewhere towards La Bendita, we've got Red Esports comfortably looting, nothing really much worrying about.
A lot of teams have sort of dedicated themselves towards this Los Angeles area. So a lot of vacant space as well, I would say, has been left in this game. So that is something to take into consideration. But with the amount of players that landed inside Los Angeles, the kill feed hasn't ticked off in the same manner. So these lads, even though they are in that high population density area for now, have somehow found a way to coexist. Like they've quarantined themselves inside those houses, and they are not just moving around so easily over there. So not a lot of report coming in of casualties from Los Llanos at this point, but we'll find that out pretty soon. That what is the exact scenario on the ground over there.
Yeah, we certainly will find it pretty soon. But for the meanwhile, it's sort of silent right now. Team Legion just looting around the San Martin area, and this is one of the teams that you and I we both had our eyes set on, but could not see much out of them in the first game. But maybe this is a game where they start opening themselves up a bit. But taking a look at all these teams, we've got Unpredictable at La Cubraria. They're making the rotation in from the crater field, so they're not going to have a tough time. But finally, I mean, I'm rather surprised. So many teams dropping off at Los Leones, but no fight has happened up until yet, because there's no fight even happening right now.
I think just like Death Squad took an exit from Los Leones, so did Northeast Sports and one of the other teams that we can witness towards the southern part this time. Still, 3 teams are inside Los Leones, and Northeast Sports being one of them. So we'll find out, and GRX also being one of them. So some big names already inside Los Leones at this point. We'll see what sort of action does actually come in from Los Leones. But look at this, we have CAFXSSP right in front of Max Esports. Fight is now inevitable. We'll see some casualties, and let's see who's going to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, of course. I mean, ASAT completely feeling himself. Max Esports, they need to get them there. But Joker does dish out some damage, but instantly takes the plunge. I could not really understand as to why he would opt for such a decision, because he had the upper edge. He could have easily gotten that one knock. But CFX really feeling the heat, kind of not really interested in taking a fight. But once it is upon them, it is inevitable, like you just mentioned. But whoa, CFX doing a really good job, just isolating their flank, and now they can put the pressure up in, as Max Esports are really not liking this, are really not liking the position that they're in. They have to go in for the back foot, and that is exactly what they're doing right now.
I'm really impressed the way CF has played this fight, right? They have brought their multiple players into the equation. They've sort of dragged Max Esports into a situation where they are in a place of disadvantage. And let's see if CF Esports can actually capitalize on this big team, because we are watching Max Esports inside the top three, top four for quite some time. Even if they were if they had played less matches, the match count was only delayed. Even then, they were sitting so easily inside the top four. And now, when CAF Esports, CFSSP is going right at them, I really like the way they're dragging them outside their cover, and it's looking interesting over here.
It certainly is. I mean, I think this was much needed for CF, because they needed that confidence booster inside of them. And I think that one knock, that one outplay that they committed against Max, just trying to thwart them off. Because we're talking about Max going up against CF, right? It's a David versus Goliath situation, in which,
Oh.
well, Ecstasy, however, did find that one knock onto its bucks, and he's not gonna want to let him live, just peppering him down with bullets, wanting to make sure that he gets his kill secured. But the moment of truth has arrived, as we are gonna witness the shrink inside the circle.
Yeah, the shrink is there, but I feel there was a lot of terrain to play with there for the lad of CFSSP. And now Jadu is also down. So they did the good work in the early half of the fight, and now they're doing the mistakes. Why are you moving that much when you have a lot of terrain to play? Just hold on to a cover, play patiently. You know the exact position of the players of Max Esports right now, but they are missing out onto the trick. The two players that were inside the compound are still patiently holding on to it, but the other two players, sort of who had the flank position, are now out of the equation.
They certainly, I mean, they started off really well, but then just fizzled out completely, as Daddy and Joker, the two last players surviving, as Dread is also closing in from another front. Now, Daddy has to be very careful, as Dread has already pulled off the pin on his grenade, as he's just about to lob it in his direction, and does throw it though, but not a lot of damage. In fact, not no damage at all, just being dished upon Daddy, as Dread is still trying to spot him out. This time, I think he's gonna display some AR action, as Max haven't 100% committed. And finally, XTC just tried to push in. Is he gonna be met by some resistance being shown? As he's got his teammate also coming up with him, as Red from the backlines. He was making a few shots, as XTC just goes in and finishes him off, leaving Joker the last man surviving.
This is curtains for CFSSP for sure. And look at that, the last player going down. This is a brilliant spot coming in from XZ. I believe this is his third kill of the game, and fourth for the team altogether. So perfect start for Max Esports. A fight which CF looked like were taking beautifully. They made some crucial mistakes, and Max Esports is a good enough team to capitalize on mistakes, right? And that is exactly what they have done. The flank players were the ones to be blamed, to be really honest. Otherwise, the two lads inside the compound, they're really good, put up a nice show over there.
I really actually like the positioning of how Dread, did isolate himself from the squad. But now we've got Red Esports in a whole world of trouble, because Portal Esports is right in front of him. And in fact, three players of Portal Esports are just nearby, and that one little player from Red, he's just proned in, just not really interested in taking this fight. But if Portal sort of managed to find him out, then Sergio might just be in a whole world of trouble, which he already is in, and might lose out on his life, which he does not want to.
Don't move, my friend, and this is not a good position to be in. Stay in the crouch position so you can have a better camera angle to check on things, and maybe deliver that pre-fire if you have to. But ew, he's just given away his position, I feel, and the jump is going to be there. Let's see if Insane is going to spot him. Now this is going to be a 1v1 situation. The other players of Portal Esports are going to make their way, but Insane is good enough to take this 1v1 with that AKM and make sure to deposit that one kill inside the tally of his team. And now he's going to apply the first aid,
But that is a sad end for the lad of Rect Esports out there.
I mean, Insane has been playing insanely, right? In the past couple of matches, I've really loved how he's been, delivering for his team. But then again, you've got to feel bad for Sergio, right? And you've been talking about, just taking 2, 3 shots and then instantly reloading. That is exactly what he did. And had he not opted for the reload, rather just stuck onto it and sprayed through, maybe could have at least gotten one knock and could have gone for a death finish, right? But now, taking a look at how the circle has just shifted away from Los Leones, I think it's going to be one good rotation coming in by the boys from Dead Squad. As Portal Esports, they're making their way through La Bandita, as we've got the boys from Renaissance holding on towards that central areas, right in the middle, just a little bit towards the east, but that spot is good.
Yeah, that's a really good position. And I like the rotation coming in from Portal Esports as well, Fixers, because that is a good area to control right now under this area which is forming this third circle right now. And also, it's going to be interesting where the lads of GRX are going to hold up just outside the city of Los Llanos, because that's also a high ground, and that is going to be under contestation. We can see Lost Esports trying to take a fight against this team. And really want to see if this is GRX still holding up inside the edge of towards the northern edge of the city of Los Llanos. But on a different part of the map, we have Dead Squad engaged inside a fight.
Yeah, we certainly do have themselves, locking horns, and they've gotten that one frag over there. But NFPxTact, we haven't seen them much in action lately, right? There was just that one day where they were very close to getting the chicken, had a decent position finish, but that's just about it. Now, Portal Esports, all right, pulling off some shenanigans with that coup. We've got Joker, just you know getting some extra brownie points for still keeping his car running right now. Momdu from the back lines is also trying to push in along with him, but now as we see that central area, right, it's still vacant. We do see that one compound right at the epicenter hasn't really been contested. We've got the players of North Esports finally making a way in, but they might be subjected to some resistance coming along by the players of Renaissance, as one has finally managed to take down one player out of North.
Yep, and look at the cluster Fixes. Look at the cluster in that area that I'm talking about right now, just outside Los Llanos. 110 were giving damage to North Esports. So back-to-back bad matches might be a possibility here for North Esports, and that is not what they were looking for by the start of this day. But let's see if that is going to be the thing for them. But Maxi Esports, they were looking good in this earlier fight, but Miracle sort of giving them some sort of problems over here. MTN Legion also coming into the equation. So multiple fights erupting inside the map of Miramar quite early. This is just the 15-minute mark, and we are witnessing at least four fights at this exact moment happening inside the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, the hell has started breaking loose as we've got Death Squad going up against Unpredictables. Now, Unpredictables also had a good game in Erangel, but now it's going to be either them or Death Squad. And I do not really like the chances of the player from Ops, because Dread, he's trying to get in. If he can just lob that grenade into perfection. But that's where I really thought that maybe Hadi could have just stepped out from his cover, could have taken a few shots while he still had that nade posted upon him. But Rex from the back lines, I think this is really good. This is really promising. Just constantly dealing damage, keeping Death Squad at bay.
And this can be the grave for Death Squad, to be honest. And Red has now pulled up that first aid. He's going to create that. He's going to use that little bit of a thin area there as a cover. But look at that. GRX now going against North Esports as well. And Red, you got to give it to him. He's created this scenario for Death Squad that they have to commit towards him, and with the smoke this is going to get difficult for Death Squad, but the brilliant cover coming in from Rex and Red now playing together as a team. This is a brilliant style of gameplay that we are witnessing from the lads here in front of us. Let's see, but he eventually goes down to that nade, would be eliminated right from the game, but he is given that substantial amount of time to his teammates to create that graveyard area for the lads of Death Squad. Let's see if his teammates are going to capitalize on that or not.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that from Mage? He was just flying for a moment, and then his buggy just drifted, and that's how he took that land. Take a bow, mate. You definitely know how to drive across through these terrains, right? But predictable. I think I'm really liking the sort of energy surging in through their bodies, but Rex needs to hold himself isolates him as two players from Max are on towards the push, and Rex goes falling down. He did make a lot of noise, did cause a lot of ruckus, but eventually did get shut down.
Mistake coming in from the lads of Unpredictable out there. They should have stuck together as a team. And Rex should not have been the only one giving that cover fire. The other lads should have been present with him, because these were easy 3 kills for the team of Unpredictable. When they're going to look back and watch what they have done wrong, they should have supported Red just the way Rex was doing it there, and they could have got some good kills out of this encounter. But we'll go back to GRX now. They're getting some good numbers in this game, to be really honest. Let's see in the tally. Just one, I'm a bit surprised now they get the second. But Portal Esports, on the other hand, have already accumulated 5 kills out of this Miramar encounter.
All right. Considering how Portal Esports, they're making their move, they are determined to take that fun fight. They do have that height advantage, though, but Mom2 instantly being shredded from elsewhere does realize that he cannot really step above, because the moment he does that, he's going to take some heavy damage as FourRebels getting that little breathing space. They're going to make their movement inside a compound, as Sufyan from GRX has his eyes set upon the players of Lost, as he would be just low tossing that Molotov, which will not connect to anybody at all. But still, he's making his move.
So this is the situation towards the southern side. Yes, this cluster. That is why GRX was taking fights against multiple teams. And now look at Sufyan. He got the first knock. His teammate got the second, but he really got to hold that and press the revive button on impulse and make sure that he get the both the kills over there. Sufyan going ahead, looking for the third player who is still not here. But your teammate needs you, my friend, and you got to press the revive. Make sure that you do not lose a teammate out in the desert, in the blue out here.
Yeah, you certainly have to make sure you do that. But right now, we've got GRX catching Envy completely off guard, as Killer was actually committing in for the push, but well responded by his teammates, as Apso will finally get his finish, as one after the other, GRX, they are falling down like a stack of dominoes over there, as Envy still 4-man strong, 12 teams alive, 31 teams still in contention, eyeing out for that chicken.
Yeah, and now the position for Envy is it's really tricky, right? They're just outside the zone. With the shift of the zone, they just have to travel a little bit towards the northern side, maybe to a little bit like 100 meters. But that is going to get tricky, because a lot of teams are there inside the vicinity. We saw GRX being a part of that. And let's see if Portal Esports can also now make some impact in this game, coming in from the northeast side, because they've already got some good numbers with them. So the wave coming in from the southern side is going to be really interesting. But what do we have here? There's a team holding onto a compound right inside the middle of the circle. I really want to see which team is that.
Oh, but right now, Maxed, well, an engagement spree against Portal Esports, who apparently are just cracking out of their minds. 6 kills already for these lads, but they need to play their cards right, because Nocto, he's taken some damage, but Max to also are eyeing out for that chicken. With Red knocked out, their chances definitely do look slim, but Envy, weren't they just a full man squad right now? Have been eliminated from the game, and this time by the boys from TMW.
Wow, they've got 4 kills against their name. They've certainly made sure that they take this encounter in their number and the numbers in their favor from this game. But let's see, TMW, they've got another player just lurking around these ridges. That is the last player, Remover, who was not there with the Rex to support when his team needed him. But now he's here just taking the damage from the blue. Let's see if Reaper is going to be able to pull him off. But his whole concentration is towards the lads of Death Squad, who are just surviving on the other side of that ridge. But he has an idea that Unpredictable is out here, and for Unpredictable, it's going to be a very difficult move to go inside the play area from the position which he is holding on to right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, take a look at Remover. He's just going in for the patch battle, as Hunk has fallen down for TMW as they go up against certain teams. So many teams down on towards the southwestern side. It's going to be chaotic. It is already, though, as TMW Esports sort of regroup with each other, as Remover is trying to make a push on towards them, but eventually gets taken down. But Reaper Rex getting traded off from elsewhere, as Asi is going to be just hammering down, raining those bullets onto versus players of Max, who apparently have just spawned in and they're surviving.
A lot of new teams showing impact in this game. I'm really liking this. NFPxTact, they haven't been that impressive so far, but they have cornered Max Esports inside the track right now, and the push is on there with a player giving the cover fire. That is an exact copybook style push coming in onto the players of Max Esports. Let's see if they have the answer for it. I don't think so, and they have been eliminated out of the game by NFPxTact. I really like the intention coming in from NFPxTact out there.
I really loved it. It was like you mentioned, a textbook finish coming in. You've got one of those players locked out. You do know that it's the center of the circle. You have to go in for it. But gotta feel bad for Asim, who was actually playing from the flank angle. But Tony just being blown off by one of those players over there. But Portal Esports still, holding on to that high ground. They are still inside the circle. They have the highest probability of winning this game to have all the players that they want right now. As Hunk, this time he's got his eyes set onto its death squad, but eventually gets taken from elsewhere as Kurama is just about on the verge of falling down, as he also needs to struggle to get inside the zone. But it is the boys from FourRebels that are doing some immaculate damage, as we do see PMW Esports getting knocked out, this time on the 6th position, but with 7 kills. That's really good.
And those are mini shots coming inside the smoke. I absolutely love the kind of results the lad was getting from FourRebels out there. But look at this, another. This is the reply. This is the same attack, that textbook style that we were talking about. One of the lad was giving the cover. They use the utilities well. But look at this, the return coming in the form of a molly as well. But his own molly. He died onto his own molly fixes over there.
Yeah, did not really want to give away the kill because they know that they're pretty much done for. They are sort of pincer down, and it's better just to not give points rather than giving it to your opponent, right? Death is right in front of your door. Might as well die with your heads held high. But now Portal Esports completely controlling the map, but just a little carelessness, and they might be punished. But right now they do want that chicken dinner. They are striving for it, and well, they are looking really good. They were very close to the chicken in Erangel, but now things look really spicy and dicey as Maverick. They've lost out on 2 of their players already. It all comes down to how 47 performs in this one. But Portal Esports, they're making even more further movements as Joker just, gushing in onto its Dani. But eventually, Dani will also meet his makers as Miracle from FourRebels will get the final one. But Kami getting knocked out. It all comes down to Miracle right now.
Oh, not a good move coming in. Not a good move. It was actually FourRebels holding on to that compound at that moment, which we wanted to see. But now for the FourRebels trying to make their way outside that compound, they are certainly facing a lot of challenges. Let's see what's going to happen here. But Portal Esports in this situation, they might just go away with this chicken dinner. But Dead Squad, let's see if they can come. Is it down to a 1v1 situation fixes where Mom2 is going against Beyond right now, and Mom2 takes it away with that shot. What a brilliant way for Portal Esports to take this chicken dinner. They have cleared multiple teams out there, and Death Squad was the final one of them, and they go away with this all-important 13-kill chicken dinner. They were fragging really good during the mid-game, and they were clearing out teams, getting some good numbers in their favor, and with that high damage, 1976, getting this chicken dinner is going to put them right at the #3 position out of the 31 teams out here.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, this was coming, right? This was something that we had anticipated out of Portal Esports. They were always that very close to the chicken dinner. Again, it was a face-off between Dead Squad going up against Portal over there. And this time, Portal had the numbers. They had the map control. They had wiped out absolutely everyone, had that high ground advantage for themselves, and they were relentless. But if you talk about the most valuable player, the MVP, it goes to Miracle. I mean, we haven't really seen all those skills by him in inside the game, but from the sidelines he was getting the job done. But more than the kills, it is the damage that really puts him apart. Almost 900 points of damage, so that is really good. And FourRebels, they are also recovering. But one thing I'd like for sure is Death Squad as a team. They've come up, they've done their homework. Yep. They're coming in, being consistent in both the games, getting a chicken in one, getting the second spot in one. As we take a look at the top 4 players, Mom2 is not really far behind. I mean, even in the last game he was there, and in this game as well, 5 kills for him.
And to be honest, I really did not spot when Miracle got finished over there. Look at the
Yeah.
amount of survival time. That is the difference between Portal Esports and FourRebels. But yeah, Miracle really did a good job over there to get the MVP out of this game. But nothing to take away from the lads of Portal Esports. They were controlling the northeast side pretty brilliantly, and the ridges and the kind of push that they made as well was also quite amazing. And the way Momtu took that 1v1 in the final circle, it was also a brilliant way to do so. And getting this chicken dinner, this is back to back good performance coming in from Portal Esports.
100%. I think this is where they've done well. They have clinched that third spot for them. Now they're looking promising with still two more games to go. You never know. I mean, if they sort of continue this kind of a run, if they sort of continue this kind of rampage that they are in, there was a time when Portal Esports used to dominate in the Pakistan region, but then the mighty did fall. But now they are looking to redeem themselves, and a chicken dinner is a good thing to start off with. Finally, getting their first chicken dinner on board, and in style, I must say, 13 kills, and overall just getting 28 points. But FourRebels, look at them; they did not come second, but still, in terms of how many kills they had, just 1 point ahead of Dead Squad.
And a good play coming in was also from Max Esports XZ, right? We watched him
Yeah.
in that fight in that compound. He got 3 assists to his name. So, really good mention coming in inside that match summary for him. And let's hope that this team does better when they have their upcoming games. But look at North Esports, they are missing the trick over here. No points out of this game with the kind of performance that was coming in from Kuwati and I8. If you are inside that chart, inside the top half, you cannot afford to score a side of a game because it's a big lead that Kuwati has created on the rest of the teams over here already.
Yeah, they certainly have. As we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, I mean, you talk about North, they've sort of been silent, right? Max, they're still making those movements, still, trying their level best, but it hasn't been enough, to be honest, because if you are in a race for the first spot, you need to be very, very consistent. And today's set of affairs, I really like what I saw from TMW today, to be honest, getting
Yeah.
those intense kills, so many in their belt, and this was much needed considering the way they had started off. So this clearly shows that they finally are finding themselves comfortable inside the lobby. I could understand the players being nervous about themselves, and Portal Esports, I mean, this is it, this is the moment that all their fans have been waiting for. One of the oldest squads of Pakistan finally getting back into its former glory days. But again, in the group stages you're performing, that's good. You need to perform in the main stage, right? That's the finals. You need to carve your way through it, just take your way through it, and they are doing that. And just 28 points shy from I8, and considering we've got two more games, I think if they play a game out of their minds, one more good game, if they get one more chicken dinner, I think they might just be able to topple I8 over.
Certainly, that is something we can witness, and we should not forget that by the end of the two games, we are going to hit the halfway mark as well. 24 games would be completed, and 12 games would be completed for each and every team. That squad at the hashtag 9th position. There's no worries for any of the teams at this point. Just a bit of concern for teams like Freestyle, Team Sky. We certainly did expect them not to do some better performances, but it still looked good for the teams like Team Legion. They really got to buckle up at this point. I'm really happy
Yeah.
to see Billy Boys and ELM Esports in this half of the chart till now. But let's see if they are going to be allowed by the end of the upcoming two games or not.
I mean, the difference is not too much, right? I mean, the margin, look at them. If one of them also gets a chicken dinner, instantly goes towards the second page. But as we take a look at the final last page, the teams that are in a whole world of trouble, I think FourRebels, they are definitely propelling themselves upwards with the kind of efforts that they're trying to put in. But this game is so very important for TMW, the likes of Rect, and well, TMW played well, right? TMW was doing good, but the same cannot be said for the other team over here. So they really need to pick up the pace. But considering we've got the next map in Sanhok, it's going to be really sketchy as to which team is gonna win this one out. Because considering what we've seen so far from the teams from Group B and D, it's been a totally different affair. You've got Portal Esports, you've got Dead Squad, and it's really good that Dead Squad has gone big tonight.
Definitely, and their squad and both Portal Esports are getting good matches back to back. So they just really need to keep focusing on what they were doing. But as far as TMW, finally you have got things going in your favor. Make sure you capitalize.
Make sure you capitalize. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break because coming right after is the game of Sanhok.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Book up your fun as we head into Sanhok, as we get our hands hot and dirty, because you never know when the zone is going to form around, and it's going to get so much more exciting. Now, we did see that previous game of Sanhok sort of turning out eventually around the boot camp area, but where do you anticipate it to be right now?
We have already seen a circle inside Sanhok end up pretty close to the Paradise Resort. We have seen it to the end up very close to the boot camp. I think it's turned for a finance circle. Let's see if that is going to happen here or not. But we have the plane here, ladies and gentlemen. The plane path is sort of very similar to the plane path we had in our last Sanhok, the first Sanhok for the day. And let's see in the penultimate game for the day, where is the final circle going to be? The important thing is who is going to go away, walk away with those all important 15 points out there. And the players are now jumping from the C130. Let's see. What do you think, Fixes? What sort of a game can we expect out here? Because these teams have really paced the game beautifully, as we have seen in the last two matches. Do you see some early action coming inside from the game of Sanhok?
Yeah, I would want to. I mean, why not? Why not? I'm not gonna say no to action, but Krupa, I think I'm gonna side with you on this one. I want to see a Western Circle this time, a pure hardcore Western Circle where teams have to contest for that shrine area, right? So because it's sort of left vacant. You've got Mavs, you've got Unpredictable over there. This time, just two teams on the Western Island. We've got the likes of GRX and Lost Esports in boot camp. So this is one of those fights that we have been waiting for, and
Oh,
you've always been wanting to witness some early boot camp action. So you
always.
definitely are happy right now. I can feel it.
Definitely. And GRX holding the main building, ladies and gentlemen, with Olos Esports holding all these segregated compounds very close to the main building. So it's going to get very interesting. But look at that flank player from Los Esports as well. He's going to play a very important role because he's just completely on the other side, kebabbing the entire team for GRX Esports. So this is going to look very good. But where's the fourth lad for Los Esports? That is what I am looking out for here.
Hmm.
I think it's
So
towards the warehouse, yes.
yeah, he is. But we did witness some early, collisions over here by the boys from CAF. They did manage to get one kill. It's going to be Joker. So I think even in Miramar, they started off well and then just completely crapped their pants. So I think this is a game where they would want to, redeem themselves back,
Ooh.
but this northern circle, I mean, look at it. I think 40% of the circle is already submerged in water.
Yeah. This is the old like textbook weekendy kind of a circle we used to watch a lot, where there used to be a lot of water and a little bit of land into action. But the way these teams have got to cluster themselves inside the play area towards the end of first circle is really going to spice up things. And we have already got multiple encounters taking place. Look at the amount of teams that are already inside the zone near the center. We have got a team in Harden towards the area of Cow, just towards the southern side. We can see multiple teams. TMW right in the center of things, and K and CAF already picking up some fights. This is going to be an interesting Sanhok game, and they're going to be a really big number of fights just when we enter towards the 10 or 12-minute marks.
Yeah, it is of course going to be visible as maxed this time. Okay, so it's sort of a small little tingling rivalry that's building up between Maxed and CAF. The last time also they locked horns and it was Maxed who came on top, but now Maxed is just being pinched down. Two squads going up against one, and they've lost out on Rahi. Now Rahi really needs to work out on his positioning. From what I've seen, he's always the first one getting knocked out, always the first one in all the wrong spots, right? Now, Renaissance, they would want to capitalize on such a situation, but here we have Belief just being pushed on as Impulse with his Molotov has done some substantial amount of damage as Belief is just burning and survives by a sliver of HP.
Let's see, but he's taking the step back, trying to get that cover. And is he going to be allowed to do that or not is something we're going to watch out for. Believe is under a lot of pressure. He was the flank player I was talking about, but now GRX have made sure to apply the maximum pressure on him. Then this becomes very important how his other teammates are going to take up or come and step up inside this fight, because he is certainly not in a position to handle the kind of push that is coming towards him.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. He definitely isn't. Look at Believe. Does not have the best of HP. Has finally, managed to pop in that first aid. But where are his teammates? That's a big question. Yes, the cavalry is just arriving now. If they sort of position themselves really well, they can completely just choke down, the breath out of GRX. If they can take control over that warehouse, then I think they're sort of sandwiched. But that's not the case over here right now. As GRX, they are getting on the edge over here. They're making the push. Impulse already pushing in. Believe needs to watch out his flank. He does though, but at the same time, Impulse really closing out on him. Believe does manage to
Ooh.
escape, will take that jump as Impulse will spot out every single action coming out in front of him. He does sort of tries to get back off a bit because he's still unaware about the whereabouts of his teammates.
I think he's trying to bring them into equation. That is why he stepped that at this point, and he was just trying to lurk the entire GRX team into sort of a trap. But that did not happen, sadly, and they just drifted away towards those three warehouses, just towards the southern side here. But let's see how that fight is going to go here. But we have. Expedition going on here from the teams of Team Malaysian when there's a lot of area inside the water that is inside the zone right now. Let's see how this rotation is going to turn out for these lads.
Let's see. That's a big question. But which time is only gonna answer. But there you have it. The AWM, this time without any attachments, anything else, no shenanigans, nothing. Just plain good old big green cannon. But now, I mean, they've lost. They've lost out on Marsid. And they certainly, I mean, the kind of a tactical approach that they're having, I really felt they could have done better, right? Considering the way they've
Yep.
taken control over things over here, they could have, easily pushed in from the right hand side, just choked the players of GRX, which they did not. And
I think
right off the get go, they did lose out on one player, so that also does not help them. Yes.
I think Billy played a really nice game here. He was trying to lure GRX into a trap, but the other two teammates they should have been proactive. They
Yeah.
should have tried to come a little bit more closer to Believe, and this fight could have gone in their favor because the kind of concrete cover and the kind of maze and confusion they had in their favor, they did not take up to the maximum advantage against a team like GRX. And if you could have got those 4 kills under these circumstances, that could have done a lot good for your confidence. But nonetheless, let's see when that is going to happen. We have TMW once again into action and on our screens right now. I'm really excited the way this team is picking up because this is one of the teams that has been the constant feature inside the last page of the overall standings, and now the way they are picking up really are showing some promising colors, and I really want them to capitalize on the performances they have been making in the last certain few games.
Yeah, I think this is something that we both want collectively for
Yeah.
TMW, right? Because this is one of the squads that has been completely off. They had been making a lot of mistakes, not just mistakes. They were committing blunders, but now they've sort of managed to recover. They've gotten over it. They want to get a few chickens for themselves, start feeling more confident. But taking a look at how things have panned out, one of the players of TMW has definitely fallen. I believe the men behind it is definitely going to be Portal. But look at few players they've gone in for a cruise. I think Legion is the one, and this is going to be disastrous. This is going to be absolutely a huge blunder if they get spotted off. So many teams already holding the shorelines, but right now you've got Portal Esports finally making the move on towards TMW.
This is a tough fight coming to the way of TMW, right? Portal Esports, they're high on confidence, they're getting good numbers out of the game, and now they've got TMW right in front of them. The last sort of falling back at this position, but this is not a fight you can back off so easily because there's a lot of open spaces out there and you cannot be so fast enough. Joker sort of trying to head into the fight, slowly sneaking in, closing in. He's got an idea, almost got a knock over there, but look at that, Insane taking a good knock and instantly punishing. So this is a completely different sort of TMW that we are witnessing out here. Let's see what sort of an impact they can make. Portal Esports, they really got to put the gear back because they've lost a player. One of their teammate is down, and now they are just down to 2 players who can actually fire at this point.
Yeah, I think this is somewhere where they sort of got cocky. But look at Hadi. I mean, he's just spraying down after the players, one after the other. NFPxTact in a whole world of trouble, already losing out on one of their players. And Daniel is just hiding behind that rock. But for how long? That's a big question. But Death Squad definitely have gotten the party over here. But Momtu, we've seen him getting some insane frags this time. But can he get a few more in this particular map as well? Because he did want to cook that grenade, but does realize for a fact that TMW have just backed off a little bit, and I'm actually enjoying this from TMW.
Look at that. The lad from TFW, he made sure he got the buggy onto the point, and then he just realized that there can be a lead incoming, so he sort of backed off. But now Reaper going against home too. Let's see if he can win this up. And there are multiple players that are looking to capitalize right now. There's a knock just around the corner. Let's see who's going to capitalize. His teammate has been eliminated. Hunk is the one who has been instantly eliminated by Mom2 over there. But let's see now how TMW is going to deal with the situation. Is he going to back off? That is exactly what is looking right now, and sort of a wise decision, I would say. Would he be allowed? That is the question, and the answer, I think, is yes at this time.
Yes, maybe that spot one could not take him down. Reaper will have to escape into covers as now TMW are just being pressed upon one of their players way too much in the open. Hasn't really been punished though, as Insane is still taking a few shots but not connecting anything at all. As Momtu, he is gonna try and close in the gap, but Marlega from the backlines, he's being pressured upon. Now Portal, they cannot really manage to, get into the fight and keep on constantly engaging against them, because one single moment if someone else comes in their way, they're basically done. They're way too much in the open from the backlines, as we can clearly spot as Nocto again making the move this time, hoping to find someone out of TMW, as Kurama and Reaper X, both the players right in front of him.
If he just makes presses the jump button once, I was sure he was going to find two of them. But now he's heard the footstep. He's taking the shot, but shots coming incoming as well on Nocto. Nocto has been put under pressure, and I wasn't expecting this sort of a pressure build up coming in from the lads of TMW. They've been really impressive in this fight, and even in the last game as well. And I really want them to win this. If they can, it's going to do a hell lot of good for their confidence. But Portal Esports is a strong team that is trying to bag these three kills as well. They've lost a teammate in this fight, and now these three players, look at the way they are not committing themselves, and that is what I'm really liking about TMW at this point. And this is a mistake that they committed in the earlier stages of the group stages, but now they are taking things a little bit slow, and that's really shaping in their favor as well.
That certainly is. Now, take a look at the zone. And, Legion, they've landed on towards the shoreline safely. I do not know as of now. I haven't really seen those casualties. Did see them on the kill board. But right now, TMW and Portal Esports both in engagement with each other. Then this is where Team Envy comes into the picture, right? If KSF does find a good angle on towards the players of Portal, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble. Now, they are sort of prolonging this fight, which I certainly do not encourage. But now there you have it. Kurama kind of breaking the silence in as he gets that knock on towards Insane. As Mompu is again out in the open, as Kurama will also punish him as well. Gets a second knock, and Portal Esports, one after the other. Well, they are falling.
That is the cap. That is the controlled aggression I was talking about. You cannot go all in at any point just into the game. You really need to put that throttle down. And that is exactly what TMW has done here. They've waited patiently, but when they sized the opportunity, when they sized the opening, they made sure they went in and completed those two kills. PS just the mistake that they did, they just were not looking that confident, but they were trying to commit to get those fight, because they were backing a lot of confidence from the previous games, but they were really sort of underestimating the opponents in front of them. They were in a different sort of a trip, and they made sure to get those maximum kills out of this encounter.
Now, you've got three players of Death Squad alive. Tony has lost out on his life. Now, this is something that is not what they would have anticipated, but they would have to live with it. But for Rebels, now they're constantly applying that pressure onto its Legion. Now Thor has gotten down as well. Now again, these shorelines really coming into play over here because they do not have enough cover. Just getting spotted out right out in the open, they're far away, so they can easily just get rendered the body. And well, for Rebels, they're having a good time getting all those freebies for themselves as they've gotten two out of Legion.
Yep, and
Or was it just one? Just one.
Uh, just one for now, but Legion, I think the way their earlier matches were going, they've sort of they haven't impressed in the first two games, so they really need to change things in this game as well. But we head to another fight here over here. This is TMW, and they're looking at a completely different way. Now they have got Envy right in front of them, and oh, sort of a step back. They realize that there is a team right in front of them, and they sort of put the brakes on, and they are now retreating. That is the smart thing to do, I feel. But still, the three of them, they've got a really good chance in this game. Let's see what they're going to pull it off. Because already, how many kills? 6 kills for TMW. That is already a good amount of points that they have gathered. They really need some positioning points, and for that, they really need to press that break, which they are doing wonderfully at this point.
Yeah, I love it. I love it from TMW now. 6 kills already. They know when to kind of notch things down a little bit. They know when they can get into a good position. I think it was just sheer patience that won them that fight against Portal. Because Portal had that higher ground and they was just being patient. But look at Danny. All right, so finally we've got a sailor amongst us who sailed the worlds apart to just get that airdrop for himself. But take a look at the shift now. TMW, they are taking good fights now. The gods are even happy with them, bestowing them the circle, completely just playing onto its center over here. As you've got Max just on the edges, we've got CAF also gonna try to close in, but I would still say the majority of the circle control is still with Team Envy.
The only worry for me right now is they were having a really good game, but now they have been forced to play the center in this sort of a circle where multiple teams are going to come in, and they are going to be inside the shooting distance for teams like Maxi once they once they step out of that compound, and teams like Renaissance as well are going to apply pressure on team TMW right now. But let's see how things are going to happen. We have a lot of swimmers out there, fixers. If you see Team Unpredictable are all out swimming.
Yeah, a lot of swimmers. I mean, Team Maverick, Team Unpredictable, you just name them. And I do not know what fate is gonna come down to them. But what I do know is TMW, I really want them to get this chicken dinner. But now, well, considering they've got three players alive and are just playing the center of the zone, they've spotted out the players of Rec right now. But it's still going to be really far-fetched if they decide to take shots at them. Professor having been spotted out, if they get the knock, they cannot get the kill though. But if they're just trying to be persistent, take a few shots. But now Professor is aware of it and has gone into safe covers. I really thought that some bit of trigger discipline was important in that fight, but now we do have Team Legion going up against FourRebels.
Yep, and Team Legion, they have been waiting quite for a long time here out in the open, and patience, that patience certainly paying them off here. But for Rebels, that is exactly what I was anticipating, because for Rebels were keeping their eye on that entire area, and they're shooting at them now. So they got to go back into that prone position. They got to do the revives quite wisely, but they're still inside the circle. That is a good thing for them, and the area from where FourRebels is shooting at them right now, that is not going to be inside the circle. So they just gotta keep their patience, because FourRebels has to evacuate the compound pretty soon.
Oh, they do. But Renaissance, they've done a pretty decent job at staying alive. But look at it, almost 18 minutes inside the game, and we still have 14 teams in contention. Everyone eyeing out for the chicken dinner, but just one team out of them is gonna take it all. But right now, King just cooking up the grenade, will try to lob. But is he going to get success though? As we do see KSF falling down and Team Envy, their worries are real right now. They had such a good map control, but it's slipping away from them.
It might. Boo! Look at that circle now.
Oh, booyah.
The amount of pressure that is coming from the western side, I really hope TMW are ready for it, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to come all guns blazing to that part of the map where they are holding up right now. And if they have, I really hope they have enough bullets at this point, to be honest.
I really do. They've been engaging for quite some time over there, but FourRebels and Team Legion in a bit of a stalemate over here. Everyone's just proning out. But now this is where the reptiles need to get up and make a run, right? Because Circle is not going to spare either of them if they aren't inside of it. But I think I like King's positioning, right? He's just got that little bit of a high ground vision. Has spotted one of those players of Legion, dead player going down. Those mistakes being committed, and he has been punished for that. But King, I think he would of course want to secure that kill for himself as Legion lose out on yet another player as Dread this time marching in really close on towards CAFX as we do see the fight erupting again between them.
If someone is shooting at you from distance, right, and they are going to be outside the zone pretty soon, they're definitely going to come in and make sure they can maybe sort of get a hand on you, and that is exactly what is happening against Team Legion. But CF going against the lads over here from in front of them. Let's see what sort of an impact can they actually make. There's one guy still holding on inside the compound. He's going to make that run round, and Mavericks there falling down. And in fact, that was Max Esports falling down in front of CAFXSSP. I really did not expect Max Esports to go down this easy in this game, but they certainly did not have a lot of angles to play with. Now Unpredictable taking the damage from the blue out there, and a lot of teams facing the damage from the blue at this point. This is going to be a really difficult situation for all these teams to handle, because in just 30 more seconds, the zone is going to move once again.
Yes, of course. Now, this is completely favoring the boys from TMW, right? Now, GRX, Sufyan, he's been taken down. He will get that revive, but Impulse gets spotted off and he goes down from Hamza. But eventually, the trade is there. Killer just stepping up in the right nick of time. But now, I don't think the revivals are going to come in. All they have to do is just pass on whatever healing they have on themselves, because he's going to make a long run now inside the zone, or is he going to play that healing battle? Only time is going to tell, as Killer finally trying to just patch himself up over here, as we've got 7 teams now, and Team TMW inching very close to their first chicken.
If they can, it's going to be amazing, because at this stage, if you're on the 4th page, if you get a chicken winner, that is exactly what you want, and that is going to cement your position inside the top 16 for sure, because there's not a lot of points difference, to be really honest. But we are back towards the warehouses, where what we have is Renaissance 7 getting into some sort of an action, and North Esports, who were looking to make some sort of an impact on the matches today, are under some sort of challenge. And look at this, where is the heal battle taking place? And Daku now making an appearance and eliminating multiple players from Renaissance at this point. But I'm feeling so bad for him. He's not going to be able to make it, and he's going to fall down himself. That is going to be the end there. But now Renaissance also outside. TMW were okay. Renaissance have just got 1 player inside. The other 3 lads were outside the blue zone. So just 1 enemy remaining here for TMW. This is their game. All important 15.6s. I really want to have a look at how many kills they have at this point, because I feel like they've missed out on some kills just because of the play zone. The play zone has played a big role in taking some good numbers out here.
I'm loving this. I absolutely am. Now, Maisk,
12.
his position has been spotted out, right? Yeah, well, Kurama does know exactly where he is, and TMW needed this a lot, right? Because let's be honest, they had been grinding it out. We've seen those slivers of moments where they kind of were looking good, but could not really get those squad wipes. But I think taking down Portal did give them that booster that they needed, and it was a much needed respite. Now, Renaissance, I think I'm really happy for them as well. Both these teams in the final page, now in the top 2. This is exactly the kind of improvement. This is the kind of a graph that we wanted, as the dream is finally going to be real, as Reaper just marches in on towards Maisk. And how on earth is Maisk going to protect himself? Well, taking damage from the blue zone. Is he going to give his life away? Yes, he does, to the play zone, as Team TMW clinching this winner chicken dinner, and by the brute force, by the strength that they had, the patience that they showed, and there you have it. Well deserved, lads. I am elated with joy, because I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, right? Underdogs, the new teams, the new faces coming up, and 12 kill chicken dinner in such a lobby. Wow, take a bow.
First Portal Esports and then multiple teams after that, and the way they have controlled the final circle, amazing. And I really feel bad for them that they missed out on that one point, because they've really struggled hard to get some points in the first 3 days. But this is a perfect sort of comeback for TMW. I really hope they learn from this game and do not repeat the mistakes they were doing in the first 3 days. And this is exactly the way to go for TMW. It's a wonderful throttle on their aggression. Just keep the pace, and you're going to do wonders for your team as well.
You certainly are going to do that, and I think Kurama has displayed that in a very interesting fashion. 5 kills for this lad. I think we've seen so many new players right now coming up every single day. Yesterday was about Thor and Dead Blair. Today Kurama is stepping up for his team. Portal have been also looking really sharp. I think that one fight against Portal was sort of the decider as to who controls that area. And TMW, I mean, for a moment I really thought, are they even going to engage? But they were waiting for the right time, and once it came, they went all in. But gotta feel bad for North, because they were trying. They tried to enter in from the eastern side, but it was just too much for them to handle. The last player did get spotted out. Dapo did put up a valid effort, but he could not just patch himself up at the right nick of time. Even had he gotten himself inside the zone, nothing much could have happened, because TMW did have the numbers. So yeah, I think a pretty good game of Sanhok, I must say.
And Miracle appearing once again inside there, so that is a decent game. But look at the kind of performance coming in from Kurama. Those are four tallies that he is actually dominating right now. Match summary. So my words, I'm really happy that I criticized this team a lot in the first 3 days. I'm really happy with the kind of results they've showed up. And now what I want to see, how far they have propelled themselves after this game, because this is going to do a hell lot of good to their confidence once they see themselves out of that fourth page.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you talk about TMW. This was a much needed chicken dinner. I mean, now the boys are completely sort of feeling a new burst of energy inside their bodies, right? It's running through their veins, and I think 27 points is definitely gonna propel them way upwards, at least till the third spot, third up page easily. But North Esports still getting the second position in terms of their kills, because Renaissance, they've got that one single game plan in their mind, right? Just hold on, wait out the circles. Once the time is right, that's when you strike. So I think, considering how they've been playing, or where they've been standing in terms of overall standings, I think I can buy this. I think I am happy with this, because I'm not asking you to go off, get those kills, just go guns blazing, enter Team TMW's mode. Settle in. Take your time, settle in, have a good spot inside the circle, focus on having more players alive inside those final circles, and you never know, you might just get that chicken in for yourself. But Team Portal, well, the mighty did fall over here, as we did take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, and this match was so enjoyable for us.
And this was so enjoyable, and this was so important fixes to spice things up in the overall context of the tournament, right? Two teams back inside the fourth page of the overall standings, getting some good numbers. So that clearly gives the message to the rest of the teams who are still lurking around in the second and third page that there might be pressure coming in from behind, and that is exactly what we want, right? We want all these teams to be under some sort of pressure and then maybe qualified for the top 24. I'm really excited to see where we are going to find the name of TMW in this overall ranking.
I don't think, if Portal Esports sort of gets a chicken in the next one, I think they might just get in close to I8. Otherwise, it's not happening. Max Esports, well, today was their day. Today, they did not really perform like we had thought. And the same can be said for North Esports as well. So I think North Esports did get that top 3 finish. But, considering you such an explosive team, I wanted to see them much more in action. But as we move along further, I think not much happening in this area, but it's Dead Squad that's jumping positions. They've already clinched that 11th spot, but there you have it. Like we had predicted, TMW, courtesy to just that one good game, one good chicken, now they're on the 19th spot, feeling a little bit safe.
Yep, really safe there, to be honest. But they just need to keep on doing the good work, to be honest. But Renaissance, look at that. They were so far behind, but that even getting the second position in this game, they're still in the 31st position. So you got to repeat the performances so much and really work on the kill department as well. I can really see you working on the placement points department. Make sure to do something for the kills department as well. But I'm really happy for TMW. The way they have propelled themselves outside. Which team do you want me to pick next from the last page fixes?
I think that is completely upon you. Now
Yeah.
you've been critical about those teams. Now the teams are stepping up. I think we can't ask for anything more than that, because it feels good, if someone takes those advices, because hey, we're not your enemies. We're always
Obviously.
everybody's well wishes, right? If we are criticizing a fight, if we are criticizing a play, there's a reason. We want you to improve. And when you get that chicken dinner, right, we feel that energy surging, because let's be honest, having QWERTY, having I8 win everything sort of makes this tournament kind of boring, because it sort of gets one-sided. With so many teams coming back up, things are getting excited. But right
Yep.
now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the final game of the evening.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun as we head in to the final game of the evening. Now, you have chosen, you have nitpicked your teams. Now, TMW has got the chicken, which does mean that someone else needs to get the chicken. But before that, I've got to give a huge shout out to our network sponsors. That's going to be Zong 4G. I mean, a lot of players in Pakistan initially used to complain a lot about their networking issues, but well, these guys have got you covered up. You get a seamless performances, no network delays at all. You completely just have to do one thing: focus on your game, because connection would not be an issue at all. So, guys, if you haven't taken it yet, do just get it for yourself, and you never know, you might just be in here with all these teams, as we still see the flight path going all the way from military base to its Siverni. So, Trooper, now
Yeah.
tell me, who are you picking?
Well, see, I'll pick it with time. Give me a little time to see all the 14s. But CAFXSSP is also on the last space, so that might I'm inclined to make that choice. But yeah, adding on to that network thing that you were just saying really fixes a good network is the key for a de-stressed life. To be really honest, so you really all guys should make sure that you get onto this network so that you can get better connections. But I'll really take a little bit of time, Fixes, to get onto that team here, and we'll tell you shortly. But where do you think, Fixes, you make the prediction this time? The first circle, where is
Oh,
it?
you were late.
Oh, I'm a little bit late over there.
I actually was gonna say somewhere around mansion is where I wanted the circle to be, but well, around shelter, I think I can live with that, right? But NFPxTact, they've gotten that area secured for themselves. They would also want to head it towards prison, so sort of a similar loot pattern with QWERTY. But right now, considering how things are going on over here, uh, let's see. Yasnaya does have two squads. That's Legion and Rect, I believe. But we haven't really seen them engaging a lot.
Yeah, that has certainly been the scene. But looking at this circle right now, what I feel is that there are only a few teams that are outside the circle. We have Lost Esports holding up the areas of Severny. Then we have TMW once again moving in towards the city of Zaki, I feel, for their initial loot. So a lot of teams are already finding themselves inside the zone. So that is going to be one thing that is going to play a very crucial part. Now we are down to this team, Envy, and Fixes, to be really, really honest. I feel that Team Envy is going to be my next choice because they have somehow managed to get the first chicken of the entire group stage, but they are now lurking around on the last and final page, that is the fourth page, and they are currently holding on to the 25th position. So Team Envy is definitely going to be my next choice, and they've just found out some neighbors on the military base. Let's see what sort of a fight they are going to pick up over there, and they were really good, to be honest, in the first game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love their rotations. I still remember that game where we had that southern military circle just towards that western side. They initially just camped that bridge and then sort of did a really good job. But after that, they've kind of crumbled down, just like a cookie. But you know star chances are still there, right? Like you said, we both are believers, and Envy just having a very glorious past, being one of the oldest, or rather the oldest team from Pakistan in pursuit to regain its former glory. So I mean, they've got the players, they've had their fair share of break. Now coming back into the tournament, the competition levels have really increased. Let's see as to how they perform in this game.
And now they're my next pick.
Yeah. So let's hope if they can get a chicken, I think they're gonna be happy.
Yeah, I'll keep
Or
an eye
you
on.
gonna be happy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to keep an eye on very closely on the kind of mistakes that they have been doing. But my initial impression of Team Envy was really good. I really liked the way they sized their rotation, as you were mentioning, from the Nova Bridge inside the zone. But since then, I haven't seen a lot of Team Envy holding up crucial positions, or they've just sort of missed out the trick of holding on to the crucial points at the right time, and that is something they really need to go back to. Because if you're a big team, if you're an old team, and when you come into a certain this stage, you sort of experiment a lot because this is the group stage, right? But you got to realize at what cost. So for them, what I feel like is they got to put their head down and do things that have been working for them. Just go back to the basics and pick up fights and then move away from the fights at the right time. We in the last game we saw TMW putting the brakes on, right? It was really helpful for them, because if you just move from fight to fight in an uncontrolled aggression way, you are going to go down. So this is something for Team NB. They were looking good and they were holding up right positions at the right time. Maybe that is exactly what they need to continue doing.
Yeah, they certainly have to, just hold on to their horses, and you never know, things might just work out in their favor. But considering this kind of circle that we've got, they've dropped off, like you're talking about Envy, right? They've dropped off at the milli base. So I think they might just be on towards some sort of resistance coming in from GRX, because look at the boys, they're already just holding on to the Novo bridge. We've got even now Portal Esports at Milta, so it's going to be a really tough affair for them to enter in from the eastern side. But if they, however, opt for the western bridge, that's the military bridge, I think they might just get inside the circle safe.
Honestly, but this is the piece of information that we have, so I would be really interested to see what sort of what sort of a choice are they going to make here. This is going to be really interesting, but we'll find that out. Because honestly, fixes, if any team is inside military base at this point, with the kind of positioning of the circle, you are sort of inclined towards that Novo bridge, right? But to go against that inclination, to go against that natural inclination and going for that longer rotation, you might just take some unwanted trouble towards you. But that is got to be the call of the IHL. Are you ready for that sort of a rotation? Then that is a pretty exciting thing. I'm just waiting if I can see which bridge they're going to pick eventually.
Yeah, even me too. I'm even excited for that. Like, which particular bridge are they going for? But we do have Maxed at Pachinki just enjoying themselves. The free loot that they have. I mean, Pachinki is one of those areas where the brave hearts just venture in, right? If you do know, if you are strong tactically, you've got your strategies in mind, because you've got multiple things going on in Pachinki. You do not know so many houses where your opponent is, but by the looks of it, Total Esports. Well, they're doing a job just to guard the bridge. They do know that there are few teams that like dropping down below over there. So if they can get some free kills, they're gonna be happy. But at the same time, I would urge them to watch their backs, because Team Legion and North Esports, if they sort of catch them off guard, then they might get sandwiched.
Certainly, that is going to be the situation. But as you were saying, fixes, it by the looks of it, it looks like the enemy is going for that military bridge. But on the other side of the map, look at the amount of teams taking the damage from the blue. TMW, they were just making their way towards 70 minutes ago, and now they're returning back. I hope they had enough time in their hands to loot the entire city. Unpredictable also taking the damage from the blue towards the northern Georgia Pool city over there. And one more team is over here on the left hand side of our screens that is taking the damage. So those are three teams that is actually taking the damage from the blue, and they really need to pick up pace on their rotation as well.
Yeah, they certainly do have to. Now we've been even looking out for CFX, right? Now they've gone in from the western side, and we actually opting in from the for the military bridge. By the looks of it, and eventually sort of going for some vehicles over there. But I can see one of those players, Psych, just just downwards on towards where GRX are. But look at Portal Esports and North. I think they're going to be locking horns against each other. But Samin has been taken down, as Sergio will be engaging against Lost Esports, as he does find that one knock onto Wits Unknown.
This is Rect Esports in action. One more team that is still lurking around in the bottom four page. So let's see how are they going to deal with the situation. Lost Esports just on the other side, and look at that. He can spot that player quite clearly. Now he's going to scope in there, put the lid out on his head, and get that knock. But look at this situation. Rect Esports is actually sort of putting up a good fight against Lost Esports here, who is coming in from 70. Now this big nade going in. Is the bounce going to take the distance enough on the lads? That is going to be the thing. Quite close, but not certainly close enough. But let's see if
this lad is going to get picked off, and it's a very difficult challenge in front of Lost Esports right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. As Marsha got off in a very bad position, gets taken down as wrecked Esports. They're going to be going in for the push, going in for the kill. Have managed to secure 3 out of here. They are still in pursuit for the last one player. So many smokes have been deployed. Will of course find that one player trying to escape. Will take 2 shots, but eventually just missed out on it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can digest. They can live.
They certainly can. They certainly can. And they just need to keep on putting up these good shows back to back, right? What do we have here? This is Max Esports entering into a fight, and they have some enemies. That is CAFXSSP quite close to them, but Max Esports sort of regrouping, taking control of the fight and taking the kills in the tally. Now they've got 3 in their number, and sort of the last remaining player is evacuating the scene completely. He's trying to create some significant distance between him and the enemies over there. But GRX and Envy going into action fixes already.
Yeah, now this is something that I would love to see, but Daku is getting his hands dirty over here, going against Renaissance, but Daddy, just that last lonesome survivor, well, he's not feeling himself. But now GRX and Envy, like you mentioned, Envy, just that one player, and I think it has to be Psych, right? Because considering how he was positioned, gets finally knocked out by Impulse. Now, gotta see if GRX are really committing on towards this fight, considering they've gotten 2 players knocked out, but Abso, he's not making any movement at all. Impulse just dropping in a Molotov, and this looks really interesting now. Envy, they're just burning down one by one, and did spot that vehicle, so it did manage to drop off that Molotov, which was a good decision, I must say. But Kurama, he's fallen from his vehicle, but Envy somehow still managing to survive. But for how long is a question here, Trooper.
Oh, the answer is right here, right? So let's talk about mistakes. That is what I do. But at Team Envy, I would say it's certainly not a lot of wrong that they have done here. It's just the brilliance of GRS Esports, and they've been certainly sort of surprised. Team Envy is sort of surprised by the movement and the rotation coming in from GRX here. But let's see how they are going to deal with the situation, because now Impulse is moving in closer to Psych, and I did not expect this to happen. And this whole fight is shaping up outside the blue zone. So there's going to be the play zone that is going to take up some significant amount of damage over there as well. So this is not actually looking good for Team Envy out there.
Yeah, this certainly isn't, because one mistakes after the other. First of all, positioning your players in a wrong spot, but GRX seem to have been eliminated. What on earth happened over
Ooh.
there? How did Envy survive?
Wow! That's a strong gun game presence that we have seen from Team NV, right? They would be really proud of it, and if only they could have wasted a little less time on the military island, they could have avoided this. But they would be really happy with the outcome. They have wiped up GRX from the military island. They are the only team surviving over there. But now they got to make sure that they put in a good rotation quite fast, because if they're going to take that western bridge, they're going to take a lot of damage from the blue, and they really need to pick up pace, because I think with just 2 players, they really need to make an appearance quite early inside this zone.
Oh, they certainly do. But look at the shift that we did get to see. I mean, somewhere heading towards this Potato Hills over there. I think Rect would want to take control over it, but it's going to be a bit far-fetched, because you've got FourRebels over also there. And Thor has been completely not looking in sync at all. But TMW, one after the other, the players have fallen. Just that one good game, and that's just about it. As Rect Esports go marching right in through the enemy territory, we'll find these 2 players just falling down. Kurama still alive though, and does some decent amount of damage as he gets that knock on towards DS, making things even more interesting, as Marlega from the backlines will be managing to secure those kills. So TMW do know to put up a fight before they go down, but Sergio is deploying the smokes, wants to get his teammate back alive, but can he do that? That's a big question over there.
Once again, mid-game, TMW into a fight. Oh, was it just a one-game show?
Maybe. It's fine though. Let's not be too
Yeah.
critical about them. They've gotten
Yeah.
a chicken dinner.
This
That's
happens,
more
yeah.
than we
This
could
happens,
ask
yeah.
for, right?
The good thing is the last player is still making sure that he's some sort of gives cover fire, but that is not going to be possible over there, to be really honest.
He really needs to make sure that he makes that rotation. But look at this. What do we have here? Portal Esports clearing out a squad on the beaches out there. They have got hold of NFPxTact and eliminated them. They've got some good kills, but they really need to put up. You got to head for the vehicle and go for the last lad if you can. But no, I think he's going to allow him to bleed out, or maybe not. It is certainly possible. The revive is possible on Nocto.
It is possible, but right now, Insane, he's just going in with that Bucky, which is almost, fumigating over here, going to
brakes.
save his teammate, and you're gonna give it to him, man. I mean, that kind of commitment, that's a best friend, that's a keeper over there. But right now, you've got to see it. Like, you've got the boys from Lost, they're holding that center, but I think it's just Clutch, if I'm not wrong, who's just a lonesome survivor, might be having those small little wooden shacks over there. But I really like the chances of Max if they sort of manage to clear down their backlines, take down Maverick and deal with North. I think this chicken dinner could be theirs.
Definitely, this is a possibility. This is a possibility for Max. But the way they are controlling the northern edge of the circle right now, it is certainly possible for them. But Lost Esports, they are already lacking in numbers. We saw them face some casualties against the team they found in their rotation now. But let's see how the other teams are shaping up here. What about Dead Squad? What are you feeling about them? They really put up a good show in the first two matches. Then they had a sort of a silent third game. Now back in this last and final game, if they go in this game on a high, they're really going to propel themselves even higher on the overall standing, and that is exactly what they're looking for over here.
Yeah, I think about Dead Squad. I think I've got no complaints from them. I think the way they've clanked up, I'm not gonna expect that every single game is perform well, right? So considering the fact we've got the maps in front of us, as Mage is gonna be taking a few shots at them as he just blows up that vehicle. It's gonna be Coast as Man will be getting knocked off. He is in pursuit to get that revival, but if Coast manages to blow up the other Dashi as well, he's completely just immobilizing the Mavericks over there. So which will definitely help them on the longer run because they will have to choose to go by the foot and they will fall off. But looking at that squad, they still have 4 of their players alive, just playing through the edges, just onto towards the southern side of farm. I think if they kind of hold on that same discipline, if they go in for the position, maybe they can get a chicken.
Certainly, that is possible. But it was Wrecked Esports, right, that got the lads out of Lost Esports out there. So they're going to be in a good, confident mood right now. But let's see if Max Esports can pull this off from here because both Max Esports and Dead Squad sort of have good numbers coming inside the circles over here. But look at how Clutch Wave is surviving. This is a wooden shack he's holding on to. That is, he's somehow looking to hold on to his life over there. But now Max Esports, they've got hold of this good compound. Let's see. And ooh, what a knock coming in with that 6-6 out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful one. That's a beauty. As Hunter is taking those shots on towards the fallen player of FourRebels. I think he's basically done for without any support, without any assistance. He's definitely not going to get that revive, but man, he also falls down courtesy to the players of North Esports, but Unpredictables, they're doing a good job, just holding off the compound that they have. You've got King just bleeding, falling down, waiting to meet his makers, as Unpredictable have taken really good command over this compound, just getting up top on the terrace, knowing that the backlines are secured for themselves and having that free space to do what they want.
Really, and that is an interesting thing. Let's see how the things shape up from here because the kind of concentration, because this area fixes has a lot of compounds to play with, right? There's going to be a lot of concrete cover that is going to come under consideration when we have the fifth circle over here, and with 14 teams still part of this action. Oh, lucky for him that he has a teammate nearby. Anta has got to hold that revive on Rex, and he's going to do that. But the way they are trying to control the area outside the compounds right now, this is looking good. But multiple teams holding up inside the same farm compound. This is going to get exciting if the circle certainly moves away from here.
Yeah, they certainly are. But take a look at this. I mean, the circle kind of shifting towards a certain side. You've got, well, the players of Unpredictables and FourRebels just holding that northern area. You've got Portal Esports, Mom2 and Insane over here. Nocto is still going to join them soon. So, Portal Esports, they've also gotten a good position for themselves. You've got Envy's KSF, just that one player inside that little shack. And he knows he does not have a lot to play around with. He does not have a lot of area to move around with. If the push comes on towards him, he can fight. But if someone just drops a Molotov or a grenade, then he's just done over there. Has to wait for his death to strike. But looking at this, Max Rahi is of course making a push over here as Kami is going to spray him down. And again, it's going to be Rahi making all those careless mistakes. What were you thinking? I mean, so late in the game, do you expect this compound not to be taken? I do not know. But whatever the case may be, Rahi is messing things up for Max. He's under
Yeah.
heavy pressure.
He certainly is. He certainly is. And I like the fact that there was a gas can quite close and there was a possibility of him blowing himself out as well. But no, that is not going to be the scenario. But Team Legion sort of trying to take control of this fight over here. They've smoked up the area completely. But the problem right now is that they've got to make that rotation to two because the zone has started closing in on them. A lot of teams are still taking this fight outside the zone, and this is not looking a good way. And DMR action also upcoming from Dead Player out there. Let's see what sort of impact can Team Legion actually make out here, because just one kill but still all four players standing. They gotta make that rotation ASAP.
They certainly have to. I mean, they have to do it fast, quick, soon. As we've got FourRebels, Miracle and Kami holding themselves against the players of Maxed, who have again lost out on Rahi, and I'm not surprised. And just completely just opening themselves all the single time. But Rect also falling down to bot. That's another story. But Hunter does get the better out of Thor, as it was just that one day onslaught that we got to see from him. Could not get to see more out of this lad. As Mom too, he's just spraying in through right amount of peaks. Renaissance again doing that surviving duty really well. Have made it to just being 11 squad still alive. Let's see how far can they go from around here, as Dread is trying to push in, as Kami is just holding down on that area, that little bit of a cover that he has, as Max are yet to make the move, as Ecstasy has of course seen himself up. Dread trying to get inside, but constant retaliation coming in from Kami. Let's see how can Max execute this fight.
Definitely, and look at the way he's controlling the angles, and he knows exactly where the window angle is through that smoke and try to propel that lead over there. So this is a completely good technical game we are witnessing from the lads over here. Let's see how they're going to tackle this push which is upcoming their way. Max Esports right in front of them, applying pressure on Miracle. This is a lad who has had constantly two back-to-back good games since the Miramar one, and now in this Erangel he's under a push. Let's see, that is a good lead, but on to some different parts right now. Let's see, what is he going to do? His teammate is down. We are now down to Miracle. 3 players pushing onto him. This is the moment. Can you get this clutch, Miracle, or not?
I mean, he has to do it, right? He has to do it, right? This is the moment you need to have that shotgun, but he's still taking his chances. Has managed
got
to
2 down.
knock down 2 and is in a 1v1 situation.
Whoa.
And somehow he does clutch it out. Oh my goodness. Miracle, take a bow.
Wow. Absolutely loved it. And he showed exactly why he got that he got that MVP in that game, and he featured in the top 4 players. And what a way that 1v3 he's executed out here. It really looked, he had the slivers of the chance, and an amazing player has just showcased out of this entire tournament for me. I'm really happy with this entire day now.
Yeah, me too, 100%. I mean, kudos to this lad, just making the right moves, letting the player first enter in, and just comes out of nowhere. But look at Taku, he needs to get that revive on towards his teammate. That's not gonna happen, as Portal Esports is Nocto just blows them up, as Portal getting really close to their chicken. But the chances look slim, as Daddy has that clear vision onto which that one player, onto which Nocto, he will go down. As, CAF, they are turning the tides, and Insane, just that last player surviving, has been spotted out as being taking a lot of shots as Unpredictable. They are really close into getting a chicken.
Wow, they're really, really close. And Portland Esports really needed this. They had some good games, but I am still thrilled with that 1v3 over there, Fixes. What a play, what a play. He waited for them to come over there on the first floor, did not make a move when the first player moved just next to his shoulder, and he made sure he knocked the second player first and then got some damage on the first player as well. What a 1v3 Fixes over there.
Wow, I mean, I'm impressed. My mind is blown. I mean, talk about the last game, and you see clutches like this. As ladies and gentlemen, we are in our final last few circles where we've just got three teams alive. It's unpredictable up against Envy, going up against Bottle. Now we've got 1-1 each for both these teams. We've got Insane and KSF,
He
and I
spotted
believe
him.
KSF has spotted out well, Insane does take him down, but has given away his position. Certainly, I mean, he's made it to the second spot. It's fine. In a 1v4, what do you expect out of him? But still, trying to put up a fight. If he could have gotten that knock on towards Hunter, it could have been a rather interesting affair, as we do see those Carmagedons coming in as he finally gets taken down and unpredictable get one more in their bag. And today's days has been so refreshing, you know, with the new set of groups coming in. 10 kills. They held on to that one good position. They held on to that one compound, and the circle just kept panning on towards them. And I think from there onwards, they did not look behind. And now they've propelled themselves up to the 9th spot, just one position
Wow.
shy from that top 8, that first place, that upper echelon that we are talking about. But whatever the case may be, I'm happy. But Miracle, wow. I mean, take a bow,
What a
mate.
final game, Fixes. What a
Wow.
final game we just witnessed over here. And I'm really excited with the final circles as well. Miracle putting up a show. That 1v3 was amazing. Team NV getting the second position out of this game. What a way to end the proceedings on this group stage on the day 4, because we are now at the halfway mark. These are clear statements from the underdog teams in the region that they are not going to sit back and see the other teams take away the show completely. They're going to give a fight, and this is what I came here for.
Yeah, we all, and all the viewers as well. But you know, you've got to give it to Professor being the MVP this time. Rec did put in their hearts out, and Envy as well. I mean, KSF did such a good job at surviving, considering the traumatizing experience they had, and those narrow escapes against the likes of GRX over there. But either ways, top 4 players. You've got Shroud, you've got Rex, you've got Nocto also. Well, Portal Esports almost were looking good up until the point they did not anticipate the players of CAF over there, right? So that's where everything just went tumbling down for them. But as we take a look at the match summary, it's about Rex, it's about Shroud, it's about
Yep.
Coast all along. So highest damage going to Shroud, and 811. I like it. Gets the maximum assist though. Would have loved to have had a few more kills, but it's okay as long as you're getting the chicken dinner. Nothing much to complain.
He's getting the damage. He's getting 2 slots in the match summary as well. I think he's pretty happy with the performance, and the team getting 25 points. I would really like to see when Unpredictable is going to land on the overall standings, just like you were saying. Are they going to make it to the front page or not? That is what our eyes are going to be. But Team NB, look at that, 16 points for them. They are certainly going to propel themselves out of that. Last sheet gives me a job to pick another team, and I'm really good at this. Anti-fixes.
Yeah, you certainly are. I mean, you're picking up teams, they're getting those wins. So, yeah, keep on, go on. But a few of the teams could not perform fairly well. I mean, one of them has to be Renaissance, and TMW again falling down, but it's fine. Team Legion, today's day was sort of a spoil spot for them. Could not really see much out of them, like we witnessed yesterday, the way they sort of got those chicken dinners. They could have at least tried. I really felt the effort was sort of missing out.
Missing,
I
yeah.
do not know what exactly the reason was. Their top players were getting picked off. Maybe they were just getting too cocky, and they would have to, you know, bring their heads back in together. But as we take a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments, I mean, my oh my, I think this game has been really interesting with its own ups and downs. But I really wanted to see what actually went wrong with GRX in this one. I mean, how could they have fallen?
Yeah, that was a fight we did not get to see, and we were really hyped up about that, right? That was a moment when Team NV really did wipe GRX, and it looked like a fight that could have gone towards GRX and and Team NV wasn't looking very good. But Certainly, they got the kills out there and moved into the final circle. Getting the second placement points out of this encounter was exactly what NB wanted. And let's see what sort of a cushion they're going to get. But this is the moment for Miracle. The way this was a Miracle 1v3, right? The way he eliminated these lads, amazing.
I think now that we just saw that fight again, I believe the last player was sort of eliminated by someone else because Miracle never had a vision on towards him because the window on his backlines was sort of exposed,
Okay.
and that is how he was taken down. But then again, coming out as a solo survivor away, nothing taken away from this lad. And I do not know. After two knocks, you sort of start feeling the energy. You sort of have the momentum in your favor. He could have clutched it out easy. But taking a look at the overall rankings, well, Portal Esports got as far as they could get, just 7 points shy of I8. But still, look at them. I mean, they've been so consistent. I8 have had 4 chicken dinners, but they have their position points completely tied up with Portal. So that shows that I8 haven't really been consistent in all their games, whereas Portal Esports have been on the contrary. But Max Esports, I mean, Rahi, my man, if you are listening, please get your heads in together. Please do not make such mistakes like you did today, because I really felt, every single time Max gets into a fight, it's Rahi who gets picked off. And every single time that has been that one case where, the teammates really have to come in to try and go saving it, and one thing falls after the other and the team just goes crashing down. So that is one of those things that we really need to point out. And apart from that, I think nothing much said, but I really liked how Random 4 played, and I really like how a predictable play, just being
Yeah.
very foreseeing the future over here, just having the circle to their benefit, holding on to the terrace, doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills, and eventually ending up with the chicken.
Team NB and TMW both here in the 18th and 20th spot leaves me with a job, and I'll definitely come back with that tomorrow. But for now, the overall rankings on the last place show like this: Renaissance 7. There's a lot of work that they need to do. Rect Esports are also not looking very good, but I really, to be honest, Fixes, the way Unpredictable have propelled themselves, I'm really excited uh, how they're going to perform once they are part of the semifinals, or even if they go towards the finals as well, because they've shown some potential. They've shown some really good potential inside the group stages. Still 24 games remaining, but I think they are decent enough to go inside the semifinals as well. But look at this performance coming in from Portal Esports. From the day report, they have got 4 columns under their name.
Yeah, I think they deserve it, right? The way they've been picking themselves up, getting that chicken, and being consistent every single game, trying their level best. I think that's the effort. Now, once you put in the effort, it's clearly shown, even in the day report. So, in terms of fields, I mean, yeah, TMW, because hey, why not? Because they have been under the radar every single time. They've been taking so many fights. They've been surviving a lot. They've been healing a lot. So yes, I can understand that 3,000 points of healing, but Portal Esports, I mean, they've gotten the maximum kills, have put their bodies out online, maximum damage received as well. But taking a look at all these players, Insane, Nocto, Choker, and Mom2, I think it has been a team effort, right? I think Mom2 has gotten the maximum kills for his team, but Choker is not far behind.
Definitely. Joker is not far behind, and the way they have outcast everyone on this day, I'm really hopeful for this team when they show the next time that they get some good points for themselves. They're really good on the overall standing as well, so definitely they're having a lot of experience about this lobby and other teams as well, and how they are going to play inside the semi-final stage as well. But certainly, this is the learning curve for a lot of teams out here, right? And we have the kill leaders now in front of us. Destroyer just leading it. And where's Crypto? He's there still in on the hashtag fourth position. I was really expecting leap from Crypto's side today, but they're still in the top 4. Let's see how he does in the upcoming days as well.
You know what? I was expecting bigger performances from Duck, to be honest. Well, because North Esports today, they haven't really shined like they had in those earlier days, right? Day before, I think. So they had performed there very well. Daku was there. He was getting those top frags, and today also he still managed to hold himself up in that top 3 in terms of kill fragging. Definitely one of those players that we are eyeing out for. But that's just not enough, right? you need to put yourself collectively as a team. You need to perform as a whole unit together. So that was one thing that was missing from North, I think,
Yeah.
which they will work upon and get back once once the second set of games start off. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have already reached our halfway mark of the group stages. 12 matches over for everybody, and still there are chances that everyone can qualify, make it to the top four, and get into the semi-finals. But that being said, we are finally done with all our matches for the evening. We will see you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Love you all.